Okay, welcome to this tutorial in creating this gun in Maya. Now, I did a tutorial a very long time ago on creating a basic gun and UV laying it out, and I had a lot of requests at the time to create another gun, more realistic gun in Maya. So what I'm going to do is, for another project I'm working on, I'm going to create this gun. So it gives me a good chance to create it. So what I've done is I've gone on the internet and I've just pulled off some reference images of some guns. Here we go. And this one and this one are the same guns, and I think this one's the same gun as well. And I just wanted this to see all the rivets and things on the other side, but I'll be using basically this one. I haven't got any front pictures, but I know that the barrel's round. I know this is round at the back. I can see where places are round. I can see it holds 6 bullets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 6 or 5 bullets. I don't know. 1, 2, 3. I think it holds 5. But you know, the more reference you've got, the better. But I'm going to be using this one. You're not going to see it that close up, so see whether it's 6 or 5 doesn't really matter. The rest of it, I've got enough information just on this side. So the first thing I do is I've downloaded a nice high quality image. This image is 1024 by 615, so nice and big. So now I've opened it up in Photoshop like this. The first thing I want to do is make this image square. So before that, I want to just drag a line down, and I want to get this barrel. You can see it's slightly tipped up, right? So I want to get a barrel so that it's straight on. So I'm going to put a little ruler down. If you can't see your rulers, go to Window and make sure that you've turned on rulers. Don't even know where they are. Just press Control R, that'll bring up Windows. Okay, so now what I do is I press Control A to select the whole thing, yeah, just on one layer, one background layer. There's your layers. Yeah, this is definitely Windows, down to layer, or F7 on your keyboard. And we'll just go to Edit and go to Free Transform. What I'm going to do is just going to tip this up. There you go. It wasn't much out, just a little bit out. Right, now what I need to do is make sure that this is square. So I'm going to go to Image, I'm going to go to Canvas Size. Yeah, I'll do that again. Image, Canvas Size. Yep, and then I want to flick this into pixels. It doesn't matter about the you could leave it centimeters, but I prefer to do this. And I do this 1024. So just select that, press Control C to copy it, and then I'm in the height. Making sure that it pushes out from the middle, yeah. So that basically means that when I put this new size in there, which is going to be bigger, it's going to give us more canvas, and the gun will stay where it is, and the canvas will push out that way and that way in equal proportions. If I put it there, it will push out from below. You get the idea. So height, paste that in there, 1024, and I'll click, and it's asking me a background colour, which I want to be white. I'll click OK, and there we go. So I've got a little bit of that blue from the colour before. So what I'll do is I'll just, using this marquee tool, I'll just drag this out, and I'll press the Shift key and come down here, and I'll press the Shift key again, come down here and come down here. Just delete that out. What you want to use in there, I want to use white, that's fine, and I'll press Control D to unduplicate, and that's pretty good. Might be an idea just to scale it down a touch. So I'm now on the marquee tool again. It's a bit close to this edge, really, for my likings. So sorry, I moved that out of the way. Hand tool, spacebar. Here we go. So I'm just going to drag from here down to here, I'm going to grab this move tool and I'm going to use the arrows to shift it along this way a bit. Now I'm going to press Control Shift I because I've got this horrible blue, and this will reverse that selection, and I'm just going to hit the delete and use this colour. Now I'm going to press Control D to unduplicate. I mean, if you want to, you could take put the tolerance up here to 32 and use the magic wand. Not really working that well in that area. Drop this down to 16. A bit better. I'll leave it as it is. It's fine. But if you want to get rid of excess, you can do that. You can just use the marquee tools. Just delete those areas out if it's sort of getting in your way a little bit. Sometimes it's helpful. That gives me a bit of a cleaner look around the thing. Okay, now because I can see it quite clearly, but I'm just going to boot the levels up a little bit on this, just to make it a bit clearer, a bit cleaner. I'll click OK to that. Now I'm going to save this as, and it's going to be JPEG, and I'm going to call it gun template. I'm going to put it in my project folder, which is actually my cowgirl image that I'm working on. So I'm going to put it in my source images and just click save, and close it. Okay, so this isn't about setting projects or anything. It's about getting straight into Maya and doing this gun. You know, all the process of setting the image planes up and stuff. So that's all fine. So what I want to do now is I want to just create this side view. So I want to create an image plane. I want to go into polyplanes and make sure these divisions are set at 1. And for the size of it, let's have a look. What size am I now? I think if I... let's take it up to like a 5. So I'll put these all at 5. Yep. And now in this side view, I'm going to press the E key, or just select here, and drag this up. And I want to make sure that it is 90 degrees on the Z axis. Okay. Now I'm going to set a material, so I'm going to hit a Lambert, and I'm going to go and select my file. So I've gone to Color and hit File. That'll bring up my file box. Here's my gun. I'm just going to paste that in there. You can't see anything yet, but as soon as I go to Smooth Shade and then I come down to Hardware Texture, you can see it's in there. It's at the wrong angle, which is alright. I can just twist this around 90 degrees in the negative, and now it's straight. So that's all set up, ready for me to go. Smooth Shade for this, and a Hardware Texture for this. It's mainly the side view that I care about, but I'm going to be popping into this view. Now the other thing about it is my image is going to be created down the center line, and of course my image plane is in the way, so what I need to do is move it back. So I normally move it back sort of about, well, as long as it's further away than the gun. The gun's not going to be any wider than this, so it's going to be fine. So I can put it at 5, just hit enter. Now at this stage we've still got this template. You could accidentally move it and stuff, so what I tend to do is create it on a new layer. So I create a layer, double click it to and call it gun DWR, gun drawing, and save that. And now I'm going to add this to selected, and I'm just going to put it into reference mode. Now I can't touch it, yeah, so that's all cool. So I can start now, we can start modelling this gun out. So what we should do is come in here. For this one I'm actually going to turn the grid off, don't need the grid on really. So I go to show hide and just turn that grid off there. Now I go into my polygons. I want a polygon pipe because I want to start with the easiest bit, which is the barrel. So here's our barrel area. Obviously the end part is far too thick, so I'm going to go into my poly pipe and just take this thickness down to about a 2, I think would be fine. Maybe a little bit more because I'm going to smooth it, so I'm going to do it 2.5. That's not bad. I'm also going to take this poly pipe and take the subdivision axis down to 8 to try and keep it as small as possible, and of course then it could be used for game as well. So now I need to do a couple of things. Now all those are set, I'm ready to go, and that's all good. So I'm going to twist the pipe this way. Let's go into my poly pipe, 90 degrees, and I'm going to press the R key or select there. Come up now and working in the side view. I'm jumping about by pressing the space key. You just put it over one of these, press the space key, and it will just pop it up. This is basic stuff. Okay, let's move this out. Okay, and there. If you need to see through it, you can put X-ray on, or some people like to take the material. This is in the basic Lambert material, but you can drop the transparency back like that if you need to. That's right. Okay, good. Right. Okay, so our gun's in position. I know it's the width. Actually, I'm going to bring the width down a little bit more. It looks to me a little bit too stubby. That's good. Okay, so the first bit is done. We've created this little bit like so. Low resolution, so that's all cool. And if we look at the gun now, we can actually see that this little gun is a separate component. So it's been sort of maybe welded, it's not been cast in one go, nor is this top bit for that. So I can leave it as a separate unit. And in order to cut my polygons down, I'm going to just select these end ones and just delete them out because they're not needed. It's just adding 8 extra polygons that are not needed. It'll also harden up the edge when I do this. Now you might have a problem. You might need to, if you're going to take this into ZBrush, you might have a problem because it doesn't like open ends. So you might need to leave those in there or pen them back in, and then create some edge loops if you need to. So I'm going to create some edge loops now for the end, because you see as I softened it off, it goes really stupid at the end there. So I'm just going to drag those out. So sorry, I just went to edit mesh and then I just went to insert edge loops, yeah. And to harden the outside, I'm going to do this, which is fine. I'll press 3, but my barrel's still a little bit smoothed. So although I've been doing it here, press the 1 key and it hardens it back up. If I press the 3, it will smooth it. I can do this in smooth mode. Have a look at that. That's a bit harder. And I'll put 1 there as well. Okay. So that is my barrel done. Now I think what we'll move on to is this little sight that we've got here. Pretty simple. I'm going to use polygon for this. So let's get this to size first of all. Yeah, I've got my gun barrel there, so I'm just going to scale it using that. So I'm going to come down here. I'm going to scale it in. I figure that's going to be about right. Maybe a little bit thinner. Push this down there. Okay, move it along here. Okay, so I'm in the right position now. All I need to do is to make sure I'm the right width out. So I'm doing this. Yeah. Now I'm going to grab my vertex. I'm going to start to create some edge loops going through. So I always start my edge loops upwards and then put the horizontal in later. So I'll put one there, one there, one there, one there. Okay, now I go right click vertex, take these vertexes, start to drag them into position. Like so. Okay, I'm going to insert an edge loop again, and I'm going to take this edge loop and press R to straighten it up, and press W to bring it down. And we're just shaping it. So I'm going to insert another edge loop. In fact, I'm not going to use an edge loop, I'm going to use an interactive split tool. So I'm interactive split tool, you can see there's little points up here. I'm going to click on this one because I want it to start here. Yeah. Then I'm going to hold the V key to snap it. I'm going to come right across to here. I'm going to click that. Yeah. And as you see, it's going to create this. And if I look, I can see, yeah, what you can see there is it's created another vertex. But it is snapped on top, so I need to merge these two vertexes. As you see, if I select that, you can see there's two vertexes. So I'm going to just go to edit and then merge, and it will become two. So the front one snapped, the other one didn't, and it hasn't done it on the other side, which is fine because I can go back to interactive split tool again, click on this line, snap it down by holding the V, come across to here, click, snap it down holding the V, and press that. Just to make sure that all my vertexes are merged, I'm going to just go down to edit mesh, merge. And so now if I put this into a 3, we've kind of got the right angle. But we need to do the magical insert some edge loops in order to harden it off. So I'm going to go insert edge loops, come down here, put one there, and I'm going to put a couple here and do it in 3 now. That's much better. Compare that to here. Again, I'm going to click on this and use the transparency to check it out. Doesn't look too bad. Right hand click vertexes. If you need to move some areas up, what I'm trying to do here, I don't know if you can see, but I'm trying to sort of get that to be even all the way around. Yep, pretty good for the sight. So the sight's done now. Right, now at this stage I'm going to start to put these into layers, and I'm also going to start to get rid of the history on some of this stuff. So I'm going to select this stuff. I select one and then I hold the shift key to select the other. Come down to edit, delete by type, and history. Yep, I'm also going to freeze transformations on it. And now you'll see in the channel box it's a lot simpler. I'm also going to go down to window and down to outliner, where I can see all the panels that I've got. This is the plane, my reference plane, so I'll just name that ref. This is the barrel, so I'm going to name this barrel, and this is the sight. Yeah, now they're nicely labelled. I'm going to create a new layer where I can just put these on. Just name it so far, so I can turn it off and on. Don't have to have all the bits in the way if I don't want to. So you can create as many layers as you like. If things are getting in your way, you might want to turn them off. Okay, so the next massive thing to do, and I've got this to do down here, but that's not a big problem. The next big thing to do is this. So I'm going to turn my gun bits off and just have this on. So what I need is, I need 6 holes going through this, and 6 bullets going through there, 6 indents as well. So it looks quite hard, but it will be relatively easy. Remember, I'm going to render this out using Mental Ray, so it does allow me to use a smooth shading. If you're going to render this out using Maya software renderer, or another unsupported soft renderer, then you need to, if you want these nice smooth edges, then instead of doing the edge loops like we did, you'll have to take the edges and you'll have to bevel them to create a bevel. I'll just quickly show you that now. So if I've got this, and we'll come into here, and I want to create this as soft, you also need to ramp up the resolution, otherwise you're going to get facets like this. So or you'll need to take the UVs and soften them. In the games engine that will give you a better result, but let's just say I want to bevel this edge. What I can do is right hand click, and it will select all the way around. Sometimes you have to manually go in and select them like this using the shift key and just continue. But if I want to bevel this, what I can do is I can go to edit mesh, come down to bevel, flick up my options. This is how far it's going to bevel out. This is quite, I'll go a bit extreme. I'll go to 1. This is how many segments, so how many bits to this side and to this side. So it can be 4. And then I go apply. And as you can see, it's massive. So I'm just going to reverse this. Come up here. Let's get 0.08. Yeah? There you go. So you can see. It gives me 1, 2, 1, 2. And plus my original curve. So that's what that 4 stands for. So if you wanted to, for instance, you could put 8 in there. So I could yank this up to 8, which will give me something a bit smoother, like that. Yeah? So that's how you can use the bevel tool. It's a really good tool to use. Plus I could smooth it now, it would give me an even more accurate result. Of course, costly on the polygon count though. So if you're very conscious about the amount of polygons you need to produce for a particular model, then you'd probably be better starting with using the basic modelling methods and then dividing, or seeing what you can use to divide at the end. Okay, so we've got this, we've got the gun in there, blah de blah. There's my gun point. I'll turn that off. And now I need to just create this inner part. Well, you can't see, but I think there's a slight round holes in the side So I'm wondering what's the best method to use here. I think I'm just going to go with the solid cylinder, the bog standard, and then have a look at it. My poly cylinder, I know that there's 5, so if I brought this down to 10 it would probably be okay. Then I could have a hole in here, 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 which will give me the 5 that I need. Notice also it's not that smoothed because of the these are kind of flat because of the way that it's done. So what I need to do now is just turn it to get it to the right angle, 90 degrees, pressing the R key, put this into position, spread it out. That's about right. Okay, so what I now need is, I'm just gonna delete the history on this. What I need to do is find out where my loops are. I'm going to leave this in this position because I know that I need to just put this kind of bullet mark in here. So I need an edge loop definitely there. You see where that is? I think I'm also going to need another one there. Okay, so what I know is that every alternate one I need to come in a certain distance. Yeah, and to make life easier for myself, I'm going to work on a flat and a hold area, and then I'm going to revolve and recreate this cylinder. Yeah, and I don't need the ends. So this is going to be life a lot easier for me. I'm going to right hand click, go to face, click across them, then I'm going to hold the control key and click across here. This should give me the ends selected, which it has. Can't really see it now, you know. So what I did was I just selected across the faces, then I pressed the control key. Don't worry about that, that's just the edge we just put in there. And I'll delete it out. I'm going to do the same this side. Control key, yeah, and delete it out. As I said before, the only faces I want to keep are these ones, so I can actually delete the rest. So I can drag down there, just delete these out. Alright, so why did we just create the faces? Well, it gave us the exact place, or the exact center for me to revolve these around once I've created them. Yeah. So now what I need to do is go into object mode and put this transparency down a little bit and start to create my bit in here. So I'm going to insert an edge loop through the center of here. Then I'm going to put one here, eyeballing it, and one here. That's good. I also probably want one there, and maybe at the end. Okay. Now I'm going to go to vertexes. I'm going to double click this, and I want to move it along the normals. So I'll move it along the direction so I won't warp my pattern. So I'm only going to use the V to move these things, and what I'm trying to do is to create the roundness that I've got. So that's pretty good. So the only ones I really need to move are kind of these ones. So I'm going to move this like this. And I put it onto normal, so it should be there. That's not bad. And this one and this one. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, now I can take these and I can put this back to world coordinates. Actually, yeah, because extruding is going to work this way anyway. And now I can extrude these inwards about that deep, yeah? Okay, I'm going to put this into a 3 and see what we've got. It's not too bad. I remember this is an angle, that's why this is thin and this is thicker. Right, okay. Once again, I'm in my normal mode. Yeah, I think that's quite nice. That's not too bad. But the only way we'll know for sure is when we start to split it around. Okay, so let's do that now. I'm going to now go and make sure I'm going to go to W and we'll just center this pivot. Go to world and I want to lock it to this. So what I'm going to press is the insert key on your key brush, on your keyboard. That'll turn it to this, and then I want to press the X key and I want to drag it and it will snap to this middle area where we created this. Now I'm going to press insert again and I'm going to press the E key. I'm going to press Control D to duplicate and we're going to just move this up. Not really sure why I'm not seeing that edge. Put it about there, that'll do. Okay, so once you've done it once, you can then press the Shift D and it will repeat the process. Right, so once they're done, I can't really see it that well because I've got the transparency still on. We can select all of it. I'm going to press the minus key to make that a bit smaller. I can select all of this. I can go to Mesh and Combine. Then I can Vertex, and hopefully I can merge them. Oh, we'll soon see if we've got a problem. No, we haven't, so that's good. All my vertexes will be merged. If you get funny things going on, it probably means your vertexes haven't merged, and what you'll need to do is manually grab them with the W key, and you'll need to move them or snap them by pressing the V key, where you can snap to another vertex. Okay, if you get that problem, because it can happen. So there we go, we've got this inner piece now. Looks like the barrel of a gun. Yeah, fairly happy with that. Now what I need to do is to select this edge. I'm going to double click this edge and basically bring it all in. Whoa, hold on. Press the Z key. I'm going to just press the R key. This will scale it in from the center, which will probably be more like what I want. Temporarily I'll put it in there. You're not going to see any more than that. I'll do the same this side. R key, scale in from the center like that. Okay, and now press the 3 key. We need to harden up this area. Possibly this area as well. And that gives us our inside part of the gun. Yeah. Might be better to put an edge loop just in the top here. Should have done it when it was. Just makes it a bit harder around those areas. But you know. It's just those areas that we pushed in there. Okay, that's not bad. I'm just going to select these areas now because I just think I want to give it a bit more of a lip. A bit more of a lip round here. Yeah. Now I've just selected in here, I still need to select these outer bits. So if I press the Shift and the I don't know what they're called, tag, it's like the full stop. You got the M, you got the comma, and you got the full stop, and you've got above it using the Shift key, you've got the arrow, the greater than and the less than key. If you do the greater than, it will grow your selection. Yeah, so now I've grown my selection, I'm just going to extrude this outwards a tad, just to give it that lip around here that you've kind of got. I know it sort of there, it cuts into the gun, but I quite like it to have like a little lip. To me that looks better. Yeah. So of course if you didn't want this lip here, you would just make sure on that, when we went back, that you left that part open. Which might in some ways be better. So I'm now thinking, shall I take that bit away? No, I'll leave it as it is. I might come back to that. Okay, so that's another part done. So that's the inside. So I'm going to add this to what we've done so far. Bring it up and have a look at what we got. So we got the gun, the barrel, and we've got this cylinder part inside, which I might change depending on how it looks later. So I can turn that off. So let's now work on another massive part of it, which will be this handle. Now the handle, we might as well extrude or extract the handle from this metal piece, because this metal piece here will run right the way around the handle and straight across here. I'm going to add this part as a separate piece and run around here, up here, and all here, and this piece will be separate. So we've got basically one main part here, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the handle the other side. 6 pieces to do for this back area, plus all the rivets and things, but you know, that's not a problem. Okay, so we need to create this this part and then start extruding the handle and stuff out from it, and then we can use this same piece to extract the handle out when we create that. So that's the next thing we'll do. So we're going to do some basic polygon modeling and maybe take some pieces and put them in there. Now what I like here is we've got this round bit, and it is really round. It doesn't go right to the bottom of the cylinder, but it is rounded. So I could use that as an extraction point, or an initial starting point to put in there. So what I can do is I could create a ball, a sphere, sorry. Take this sphere down to about 8 and say, right, okay, well actually it is rounded, so I could take half of this and delete it out, and that'll give me this round area, yeah, which is good. Now I can take this and I can start and I can put it into position. So I'm going to scale this down, move it up, scale it down even more. Well, it's about there, isn't it? Something like that. That's good. But something I've got, a problem I've got straight away, is the fact I've got quads. So I'm going to select these edges and I'm going to press the delete key, come down the bottom, and I'm going to do the same. Triangles, sorry, I've got quads, triangles. So now I've got quads 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. And the rest is all quadded out, and that's going to be nice and round. Look at that, beautiful. Where that needs to go. Now at this stage I just want to turn on my transparency to a certain degree and just have a look, compare. So I do actually think it's actually out this way a touch. Which is alright. There you go. Maybe put it down a little bit here. Okay. So that's good. That's in position. So this sticks out. You can see this sticks out with the gun. This obviously comes in here. So where would be a good place to sort of put this part that comes out? Well, probably down one of these parts. So if I just select these faces, That's not a bad area to come straight out of. Yeah. So I'll just select that and I'll just drag these straight out. Now at the moment I don't care about the pattern, and in fact what I'm going to do is I'm going to select half of this like this and make sure that I am half selected, and I'm just going to hit the delete key to delete it out because I don't care about them. The other side of it is that I want these all to be straight, so I'm going to select the vertices, right hand click, select vertices, and then I'm going to just try and straighten them all up. Yeah, and I'm selecting one here, one here. We're kind of just going to straighten these up. I'll select these. Whoa. Right, need to just freeze transformation and delete the history. Okay, so I'm coming down here and just going to straighten all these up as best I can by pulling certain things out and certain things across. Yeah, because I was getting funny results because I had that still turned on. Make sure I'm locked to the middle. I'm going to select these vertices again, press the W key and just press the X key. Whoa! Whilst holding this. Okay, holding the X key while dragging in the X direction. So that gives me this piece. I think these are going to need to be moved. Then I might need to move that out. But at the moment I don't care too much. Now I'm going to straighten these points. Whoa, hold on, not you. Right, I really want to get these so that they're straight as well. I know it's not correct, but it's just, to me, it just feels better if everything's kind of straight, because then I can just select across one and I'm selecting the back vertice as well. So yeah, it looks a bit funny, but I think it's okay. Now I can see I can just select these and just move these out a bit better. Yeah, I need to do some correcting around there because it's coming kind of in and out, but I'm not worried about that at the moment. I can move that later. It's more important that I've got this nice curve coming out and coming down the gun. It might sort itself out anyway. So now that's all corrected and I've got these all sorted so that I can basically click and drag and move in one go. I've just left this bottom edge straight, and I've done that for a reason. It's going to be easier for me to extract stuff out of it with it being straight down than to try and do anything else. And so what I need to do is do an extraction straight down here to about here, and then I can use this face at the side to extract the handle out of. So hopefully it'll all become clear in a second. So now I've got it straight down, I'm going to extract this straight down here. I'm also going to just tilt it at the right angle and use the W key to move it down further. I'm worrying about all this inside area later, because now I've got an area where I can take the handle out of, which is this side. So when I start to extract this out this way, we'll have that handle in place, and that's what we'll start doing now. So I'm going to start to twist this and use the enlarging tools as well as I go. Another one comes out, and so what I'm trying to do is just get the same kind of angle coming down. I'll have to take some of these points, and I'm pulling this out, pressing the E key so that I can go into my rotation, pressing the W key so I can move these points, and sometimes enlarging it, but I'm actually not going to enlarge it at the moment. All I want to do is follow this curve shape all the way down to the bottom of the handle. Yeah, so once again, rotating around, W key, once again, rotating around, W key, once again, around, W key. Eventually will come out flat. There. Okay. So now I can grab my vertexes and begin to move these to the correct shape. Now I'm just scaling outwards. And then moving yeah. And I'm obviously doing one at a time. In fact, this area I might do two at a time. In fact, I'm going to just grab them and just move them like this. Yeah. Give me a little bit quicker. down, this up a tad. Yeah, now I'm also thinking about, right, okay, how can I get a piece out of there? So I'm making sure that these vertices are both sides of this. And also what's going to happen around this area. Yeah, that's all cool. Right, so now we have this kind of handled area built. Which is nice, but we don't need any faces this side. The extruding produced those faces, because remember we'll be mirroring this, so I can actually just delete that out, which is nice. And in fact what I'll do is I'll just duplicate this now. So all I'm doing is I'm checking that my line is right in the middle. So if I go to here, you can see that it is. So what I want to do is go to edit, oh sorry, edit, duplicate special, come to the options, make sure -1, -1 is on the scale, and I can duplicate special. And at the moment it's not one mesh, so we need to make this one mesh. So you're going to combine. Now it's one mesh. The only problem is, and this is what I said to you before, is my vertices will not be joined. So if I click one of these, press the W key, you can see, yeah, it's one mesh, but they're not joined, so we need to merge them. Now what I do is I select the vertices I want to merge straight down the middle. They're over the top of each other. You can, if you want, just to knock them in, press the scale key just to pull them closer, or if they don't hit at all, then you might want to just have it, let's pretend this sort of situation, I press the V key and I could snap to it. Yeah. So once you've got them all as close as possible together, you just select them all down the middle. These are the ones I'm joining. You go to edit mesh and you come to the merge option box. Make sure that's checked on 0.01. Okay, and then just merge. And now these will be one. And we've got our part of the gun. So let's have a look what we've got so far. Yeah, sort of getting there. I do know for certain this handle's far too big, so I need to bring it all in, but that's going to be okay. That's what we'll do next. We'll bring these parts in because this metal's far too big. Okay, so let's take this front part of the gun here and let's just reduce these down. So what we're going to do is just grab all these vertices, which I know are all stable, so I can just drag across these. Doesn't matter about the middle ones because they'll stay in the same place. Just going to do this one's here, these ones, and I'll just check this side, which will need some of those grabbed as well, and this and this. Grab around here, make sure I haven't unselected any. Got these middle, they don't actually matter, the middle ones, because we'll be putting it in like this anyway. So I'm going to bring them down to where I think this would be. I'm looking at the barrel of the gun to try and get a relationship. It's kind of a little bit wider than the barrel of the gun, as you can see. The barrel, it just goes slightly wider, so take it out to about there. Yeah, I'm just going to double check. I'm going to drag this down, maybe a little bit more. So I press Ctrl Z, press Ctrl Z again, get these back and bring this out to about there. Okay, that's good. So that gives me my width. So I know when I extend out along this bottom part, which is along here, that it will be the same width. So I'm just going to take these points here and here, and using this side view I'm going to press W in this case because I want to bring it straight out, and I'm just going to do this, and I'm going to press, well, then I'm going to do this again, press the W key to come straight out again, and I'm basically just going to do the same each time. W key, bring them out so the quads are about the same distance, and once again to about there. I've done it there because I want it to be that part there so it comes up. So it's all forward thinking with these things, and take it to there. That'll be fine. I can grab these vertices now, and I'm just going to kind of try and line them a little bit better. Now again, I'm thinking I want this part to come across here, so I've kind of got that little loop. It's going to come down and join up with this bit. Now I can start knocking these up into the position that they're going to go into. Okay, that's good. Alright. Nice. I think what I'll do with these is I'll just bring them in a little bit here. The trigger area is going to be a bit smaller. That's better. Okay, and as you see, I haven't put this into smooth yet. I'm just leaving it, so I'm just doing basic box modelling here to try and get these shapes. Okay, so now I can come straight up with this. We can see it bulges out here and then goes back in, so we're going to allow for that. So I'm going to click up here, and because I want it to bulge back in the same here, I'm not going to bulge it yet. I'm going to push it out. It bulges again and pushes back in, so I'm going to pull this one up here and here. Finally we've got this bulge here. And then we've got a very solid thing along there. So that's as far as I'm going to take it now. Where I need to move these out, I'm going to shift select them and just use the scale key just to bulge them out a little bit. Which is fine. Might need to come out a bit more with those, but at the moment it's okay. I've got a line here that's going to meet up with the top of the gun, so I want to put that in there. So let's just start to put these into position. So W key again, and moving across. That's good. Now I'm going to go to insert edge loop. I'm going to put an edge loop in here so that I can bring this piece along. Or we can worry about all the scales and things later, so I'm going to face here, you know, the scaling on this, which is a bit out. We can worry about that later. And press the G key to repeat the last move. G key, G key, and finally the G key here, and this will be here. Now I've got to kind of merge this onto this part here, so we can do that. What I need to do first of all is just take these faces, just delete them out, otherwise I get duplicate faces, and take these faces and actually before I do that, I'm just going to take this middle vertex, which is here, which is right in the middle there, and I want to snap it to this top part of the curve so that I keep that curve. So I've got W, I'm pressing the V key, I'm just going to snap it down. Yeah. Now I can delete these faces. It's just if I deleted them before, I wouldn't have reference on that area. So there, there, and there. Around here, do the same. So I'm pressing the V key and I'm just snapping down, selecting my vertex and then pressing the V key. Okay, so that gives me that area. Now I need to just select across them and merge these vertices, which I've done. Now I've got this hole in here which I want to fill in, so I'm going to select this edge, do the extrude. I'm going to press the R key and scale it in. That should be enough. I'm just going to move this a little bit, just so there's a tighter gap between the two. Yeah. Yeah, I need to just come in and insert an edge loop along here just to harden up that corner. Might need to do the same here as well, so that it's harder on that corner. I'm okay with that curve. I might put it back in there. Okay, so that's pretty good there. So I'm going to just have a look at my image again. Well, we know this does come out a little bit more, but it's miles out on this one, which doesn't look good to me. I definitely don't want to make this any thicker, because that's about the right size for the grip. So what can I do? Well, I could take these and extend them out, or I could pull them out here. And I definitely need to pull it out a bit, because you can see that's just wrong. So I'm going to come into the vertex mode and just use this initial one as a guide, and as the R just come out so that it's like that. That gives me an initial guide point for how far it would extrude out. Okay, and I think I'm going to take, I'm definitely going to take these ones. They're not out as far, but they are out, and this one as well. Yeah. Okay, I might take all of these and just bring them out a little bit more. This is where you would see the hole, but it's still not far enough out. Whoops. Okay, I'm just going to take these top ones here. Definitely move them up a little bit more. That will give me this one at the front that I can move up like that. That's a bit better. Yeah, and now I want to just push this one in. So I'm going to select the faces here, 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 and here, and I'm going to extrude them in a little bit. Sorry, I'm going to scale them in a little bit, like this, and then I'm going to scale again, like that, and then I'm going to scale again, just one more edge loop, before I push this in. I'm going to push it in a little bit, and then I'm going to push it in a lot. Now when I put this into 3 mode, that's quite good, and I can take this gun, just the end part, press the W key and just move it in to the gun, so that it's part of the same unit. I might need to take some of these vertices and just tweak them. Just tweak them a little bit. Okay, that'll do. Oh good, that's good. Right, I'm going to grab some of these vertices here and here and just push them back a tad. Yeah. And come along here and start to move these. Try and get that shape. Right, that's good. Okay, so that's good. Right, before I do any kind of edge loops and things, I want to start to pull little bits out. So where I've got my faces, which are here and here, we want these because they're part of this gun part here. Also need to push these bits up. So I need to sort of get these faces out. So I can go to Edge, to Edit Mesh, and come down to the duplicate face down here. And this will give me the duplicate faces for these edges. So if I just select these, and deselect these, you can see these faces. What I'm going to do is I'm just move them down slightly. It just makes them a little bit easier to grab. And now I can sort of join these two up to form this kind of loop that we've got going on. Yeah, and I can scale them and stuff. So what I'll first do is I combine them. Yeah. Now I want to just select the edge, the faces. This, and I want to just bring them down. So that will be the start of where we're going with this. And now I'm going to kind of work with one of these and start to get the shape where it should be, and the other one there. Yeah. Now I'm going to go to face again. I'm going to press the control key to unselect that. And then I'm going to start to just press the G key again to come straight back out. G key. I'm going to press the E key just to get this angle. And W key just to move it in rough position. And we're kind of going to come around with this. Whoa. Okay, so that's kind of the rough shape done. Now to join these two up, remember, always get rid of your faces, because otherwise we'll have faces within the model, which we definitely don't want. And this time I'm going to use a different method here. I'm going to append straight to these places. So I'm going to go to Edit Mesh and then Append Polygon, and you'll see they'll turn darker around the edges. So you just click that one and then you follow the arrows, so it's that one. Then I press the G key to repeat the last move, and I just follow the arrows around, press the G key and do the same. G key, and just basically work around the model. G key again, and finally enter. Okay, so that's that done. Now I need to just get them to be a bit better. So for this, it's quite handy just to put the look at all these points. It's just a pain in the arse because you've done so many extrusions. It keeps the history. I don't need the history, so I'm just going to go to Edit, Delete per Type History, and it will just take me back to the 3 groups that I've got there. So I'm just going to bring that off the material so I can see through it, and now it will allow me to just move all these points in. And something you haven't seen me do yet is to save this. I should really save it. If the machine crashes, I'm going to lose all this work. So really good policy to make sure that you save as you're working. So as soon as I've done this, pray to the Lord it does not crash. Okay, that's good. Okay, now with that done, I can just move this back up to where it was before, approximately, and that's our little curve handle. So I'm just going to save this scene. I'm going to call it gun, and just save that. That's safe now. Okay, now I know that's too big, but it doesn't matter because I can just scale it all in. That would be about the size of the trigger guard. Now I'm going to select these faces and I want to do an indent so that the trigger guard can go up. select the scale, I'm going to scale it down, and then I'm going to scale it into about the same distance as the trigger guard. I might need to come in and I'm just going to delete the history on this, delete by type history, and might need to pull a few of these vertices back a bit. That'll do. Just scale these in. I'm basically trying to match the shape of this. Sometimes it's a good idea, if you can't see it well enough, is to put wireframe on shaded. Makes it a little bit easier to see. Also see my trigger guard could do with coming back a little bit as well, maybe. That looks like it's a bit too far forward, so I'm going to select across these, unselect this, just move this forward a little bit. Okay, and go back into this, grab these vertices, not you, bring you this way a bit. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so with that done, I can select this face and this face, and I can just push it back up once and then once more. Okay, and that will give it a nice little area that it kind of fits into. I'll do the same with this side now, so we'll just select across these. I'll just turn this off. Make sure that I haven't selected any on that side, which I have. That's something you've got to watch, that one doesn't try and creep into the other. Or what I tend to do is grab these ones and move them well out the way and do this. Okay, I'm just gonna need it to be quite as big as that. Little move, then a bigger move. Okay, so that when I come to do the smoothing, you're going to get this little hole. I mean, it's not looking exactly how it should yet, but that's okay. Now I can grab the vertexes. In fact, what you can do is view this. I don't need the top vertexes, so I'm going to go to Show and View Selected and just get rid of these. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just bring them in a little bit. Yeah, then I'll delete it. Okay, now I can grab these top vertices like this and go Show, View Selected, so they're back again. Press the W key and just shift these up. So I'm just moving them up into the model. Now I want to insert some edge loops for this. This then will make it look a bit smoother. Not too much, but that's probably fine. And that's kind of this gun area, this trigger area, trigger guard area, done. You might need to just come in and when it's in smooth selected, things do alter a little bit, so you can just alter these, just come in and drag them so they're nice. Yeah, that one maybe could do with being a little bit wider. Okay. So, right, so coming out of here, we've got this little area. So I'm going to grab these faces here and here, and I'm actually thinking I might insert another edge loop around here. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is bring this in. This is where the trigger guard will be happening. The trigger, sorry. Trigger guard, what I'm talking about. That's probably about right. A little bit smaller. That'll do. Okay, and I'm going to move this in, and I'm going to move in again, possibly again. Okay, good. Right, now I need to just create this little trigger area. So we'll do that next. Just going to grab the bog standard polygon. I'm going to give it one division there, and maybe 4 along here. Yeah, just so that I've got my divisions in there. Maybe 1 along there would be quite good as well, because I've got a little bit of a pull up. So yeah, so with that done, I'm going to scale this down. And we're going to get it to approximately the right size. Lambert, I'm going to move to a transparent, and let's just start to move these. Yeah, I'm going to insert another edge loop here, and this one can be rotated around slightly. Okay, so now I've got let's grab the W key. Notice I'm just pulling these up into the gun. My Lambert, I'll just reduce that back down again. So that looks quite good for a trigger. All fits in there nicely. So as you can see, we're proceeding quite nicely with how this is all going to work. This is a big area at the back, but I thought I'd leave that because I haven't put any edge loops in yet, and I probably want to edge loop this down here and keep it close to here, so you'll see. And I probably want to use that curve as well, and I think that that's going to move into there. So let's have a look again. This is definitely curved more, so if I can insert an edge loop in here, would be quite good. So it would allow me to grab these vertices, just kind of move them out more. Yeah, and I think I'm guessing now, but this bit obviously is going to go into a piece there. So these side areas, these face areas here, I'm going to need to do something with those. So I'm going to just use my scale key, and I'm just going to scale these in and bring them down a touch. Okay, so I've just brought those in. Now I need to drag these back because I needed to. The reason I pulled it out, funnily, was so that I could see all those vertices. Yep, this is all going to curve around. So I know it's going to curve around, so I'm just going to drop these down to get more of a curve. Let's have a look. It's not actually that much of a curve, is it? But whatever. It's not the point. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep this curve and yet still keep that nicely separated, which it is now. So with that said and done, I can take these and I can knock them down a little bit, and then I can knock them down right into the gun. And now this will give me a good area or a good place in which to put the trigger mechanism, and I'll make sure it's not coming through anywhere else. But now I just want to take this down. Now this is a bit that will be kind of visible if you see it, so I'm going to scale it in as well. Give me a little trigger area. That way I know when I press this it will be a fairly hardened area in there, but still give me that shape, so that's good. So now with that done, I can happily start to model out this part, which is built using this. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to duplicate this part of the model. So I'm going to create a new layer, and I'm going to add this to this layer. Now I can turn it off, but I can press Ctrl C to copy it. Now I can press Ctrl V to paste it. Now it will paste it onto a new layer, but as you can see I've got two. So all I can do is just delete this pasted layer and it will now appear on its own, but I've still got this one here. Yeah, you can see it here, it sort of like ghosts up. So all I need is this part around here. I don't need anything else, so I can just grab all this and just delete all this out. None of this is needed. Do double check that you've got it all correct and you're not deleting the actual model. Okay, well, with that done, I can insert an edge loop. I want it to work in the normals. That'll kind of do, that's fine. Right, I want to put that back to world axis So, and I only need half of this because I'm not going to be what's the word, duplicating it on the other side. So I don't need that. I need that. Don't need this. And probably, to be honest with you, I don't need this bottom area either, because I can manually put that in there. It's just going to cause problems when I come to extrude. Yeah. So that leaves me with this, which is now taken from that curve that we had on here, which is great. So now I can take this and extrude this outwards. Yeah, which will give me both sides. Delete that half off, and in fact delete the bottom off, because I don't want it to actually I'll leave that bottom part on there. Right, that's not too bad. Do need to do a couple of things just to grab these vertices, and I want to straighten them up, so I'm pressing the R key. We're just moving them in the R so it won't change the position. Remember, I'm going to hold this red arrow in the X and press the X key and it will snap it. Now I want to take the same with this. Move this in a bit. Okay. Right, now I've got that done. I've got no faces that side. I'm going to come in and duplicate special. So -1 in the X, duplicate special. Take both of these, combine them, go to vertexes, drag through the middle, use the scale key just to move them in, press the edit and merge, and now that's one mesh. Yeah, now I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup with this. One thing's for sure, delete the history. Come into the transparency, it's quite good. It's very nice. Okay, so I need to just make sure these vertices are all good. I make sure these are all good as well. Make sure these are good. Right, and faces wise, all I need to do is to take these faces. So I've taken the faces from here, here and here, 3 places, and then I'm just going to extrude them out. This will be a little bit fiddlier. and the same applies, just start to match these all up with this shape. Okay, let's have a look at that. Yeah, it's quite nice. Put it into 3 mode. So yeah, kind of looks like it's supposed to. We'll insert some edge loops in, just to kind of harden it up a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks better. What I'm doing now is going to create these kind of ridges along the top. So I'm just inserting some edge loops now, and then I'm just going to bring some bits out. So what I want to do is just take these faces, and I just want to drag them out. I'm going to just insert some along here to keep them nice and hard. That's quite good. Okay, so now I can bring this back, and you can see that it fits that pretty well, considering. Maybe some minor tweaking to be done, but nothing too major. I'm not going to worry about that, but I'm going to worry about the bottom area, because now what I need to do is I just need to put this into this area here. So I'm just going to go show view selected, come down here. You can see that my faces have all been messed up, so I'm going to just select those faces, get them out of there. That's where I've obviously pulled it, so I'm going to grab these vertices here, not this one. Oh, yay. Drives me nuts. And I can kind of move it this way a bit. Okay, so I'm going to grab this edge now. And start to just move this. Whoa, use a W key in these kind of situations, and I'm going to just extend it a little bit, bring it down, just extend it a bit more, bring it down a little bit more, maybe this way, Then I'm going to extend again, press the W key, and push it down into the model. You can, if you like, take a couple of these side faces and just extrude them. I'm guessing what this looks like. I'm just extruding that in, scaling in, and then I'm kind of moving it across, and then I'll do a final move across just to give it as if there's some sort of thing working in there. You can see that something's working in there. When the screw goes through there, which obviously holds this place, then it will look a lot better. So as you can see now, our gun is nearly done. We've got obviously all the detailing to put in. Oh. Just harden that bit up down the bottom. So what I'm doing now is I'm just going in and I'm just hardening areas that I think need hardening up a bit. Yeah, so just along the edges makes that look a lot better. Okay, so I do need to start to take this part out, and I do need to do something about this. This area, which doesn't look right, because what we want is we want the holes in there, yeah, and then we want sort of the bullets to be in there as well, so we've got to do the bullets as well. And so there's a few more bits to do, but the lion's share, as a simple modelled gun, it's completed. But now we'll start working on all the fine details. Now we've got all the model kind of made and it looking quite good. We can move on to the next section, which is of course this. So I think that's in my so far. So to remove that, I'm just going to click on that, right hand click, remove selected object. And I want to move that one to the so far, so I'm going to add selected object. It allows me to delete this layer, and I can get rid of all the things that I don't need and add this to the so far selected. So it just leaves me with this barrel again. So continuing with the barrel, well, what I need to do is to create these kind of holes, these bullet lines going in here. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to cheat a little bit here. I'm going to first of all select this. I'm going to delete this area out, and I'm going to, because it's going to be quite hard to put a hole into this geometry with all these divisions, I'm going to cheat a little bit by actually just creating an insert, which I think is going to be the best way to do this. Yeah, so I've still got this and we got this, but we need to do this insert with these holes sort of going around. Now if I remember correctly, the holes are actually in these parts, not in the indented parts. So I don't have to worry about the back, because the back's got something. So I need to create the holes in that. So if I start with this, this will be a good starting point for me, I think. Okay, so let's start with this 8. Okay, I don't need the faces, all I need is this, and I want to move him this way. and I'm going to want to scale him down probably. But I want this hole to be part of a circle, so I don't actually even need this at this stage. So I'm going to create a new layer, just put this in the barrel, add selected, and turn this off. So all I'm concentrating now is how this is going to work into a circle. Yeah. So I need to create my circle. I need to turn that circle, and we need to make it the same, which is going to be 8. Actually, I'm going to make it 10. I don't need the faces. Right, don't need the faces. Put that behind, that's good. Right. I just want to put this in its place, so I'm going to go to wireframe on shaded, and the first thing we're going to do is get the size of this and move it into position. So let me just move it there first. I think this is wrong. I need to take these vertexes and just make this bigger. That's about the size of my bullet. Yeah? I can take this edge and I can just pull this out. I want that detail in there, you see. Now I can begin to bring it into here, and we can see how this is kind of going to work. Right. Now I want to get these so that they're over the top of each other. So I'm going to press this. I'm going to hold the X. I'm going to snap it. I'm going to actually center the pivot of this because it's wrong. This one's fine, I think. Yeah. So I know they're now exactly over the top of each other. Yeah. So that's going to make life a lot easier. Right. Now all I need to do is I need to take this and start to work out how it would be split up. So let's do that. Let's insert an edge loop here. Oh, hold on, let me just take the faces. I can't do it from this, so I need to be taking the faces from around here and hopefully bringing them in. Well, I want one, definitely want one there. Yeah? Or do I? Probably not. I probably want one there though. So if I put one there, yeah, that'll be one. I want one here, definitely, no question. Pressing the G key to repeat the last move. I definitely want one here. And I think that might be it. Yeah, this will happen. You'll have to split some of these out because they'll, where you've repeated over the top, what you're looking for is for it to be a full circle, yeah? Once you get this appearing, then you know you've done it correctly. Okay, so what I can do is I can delete this one out, I can delete this one out. Yeah, I can use the interactive split tool and press the V key. Then I can come out to here, click that, and that'll be fine. I can press the G key to repeat the last move. Oh, maybe not. Interactive split tool sometimes proves to be a little bit of a nightmare, so I might just insert edge loop. Okay, now all I need to do is I need to make sure we need to take both of these and I need to combine them. Okay, now I'm going to grab the vertex of this and using the V key, W key, V key, I'm going to snap it to here. But I'm not going to snap this to here because I want this to remain this triangle. So I'm going to start to snap these into the places here. This one I'm going to snap because that one's fine. And there. Now I can select across them all and I can merge the vertices. Now I can come into the faces, and remember I want one of them spare, so I'm going to just delete all the faces apart from the ones I don't need. This. Okay, and with this selected I'm going to make sure that is on the center, which it is. I'm going to go into this rotate tool. I'm going to press Control D to duplicate, then I'm going to move this into 72 and I'm going to press the Shift D. Oh, doesn't always work. Alright, Control D. And hold on. Right. And Control D again. That gives me my 5 bullets. Now I can take these objects and I can combine them. Now I want to go to my vertices and basically merge these. Sometimes funny things will happen, and I just want to check now that this is correct. If I press 3 on my keyboard, nothing funny is happening. Now I can select all of these and I can, whoa, well, this will sometimes happen because my normals are in the wrong place. So by turning the lighting to off from two-sided you're not going to see anything. If you turn that off, it will show you the direction of your normals. The normals on this are correct, but the normals on this are wrong, and vice versa the other way. So we need to reverse these normals. So it's not a massive problem. We can select this and try and sort it out with a conform, which has worked. But now I want to reverse it because they're round the wrong way around, so I can go to reverse. Okay, now that's fine. Now I just want to go into vertex mode and double check that everything's as flat as it can be. Yeah, now it is. I'm going to click the faces, and now when we do the extrude it will work. Yeah, and there we go. I'll just do another little extrude like that, and just insert an edge loop through here, Yeah, and maybe one around here, just to keep this nice and hard. You're probably going to have to do the same with each of these circles, the insides, unless you did it when you extruded, which is what I should have done. But the reason I'm doing this is to keep it nice and hard in these areas. Okay, so with that done, I can press 3 and we suddenly got something that's looking a bit better. Yeah, so now if I come back to my so far, and more importantly this, I should, I'm going to modify center pivot and just delete the history. But you could combine this with this if you'd have thought to do that, but I'm just going to cheat and just put it into place, hopefully. That is a problem you'll have there, so I need to just take some of these faces, not all of them, just some of them, only the ones that are in the way. And delete them out. Or we look at this without the smooth shading on. We can just pull these bits in a bit. I'm going to grab these through here, hopefully just bring them in like that. Using the W key, I should be able to get this in here like that. Just take these bits out here. Yeah, I'm thinking, oh goodness, do I need any of those bits? Not really. Right, so there you have it. So all I need to do now is to somehow, I've got something weird happening here. Might have to join that back up. So I'm just going to use my append in here as we've used before. Press that, make sure that's cool. Press 3, that's good. Right, I could do with a block in there, but if I'm going to put bullets in there, you're not going to see anything anyway. So let's bring our gun back, and now we've got proper holes where the gun should be, where the bullets should be. Still looks wrong. For my purposes this is fine, but you might want to have made those circles bigger and basically use the same method that I used. Okay, so to do a bullet, let's just grab a sphere. Really easy this. Set it all to 8. Grab the faces, drag through them, kill them off. Grab the edge. Drag this down. Whoa! Use a W key, sorry, so it drags it straight down. Yeah. I'm going to scale this in a little bit. Probably using the R key to scale in. Then I'm going to use the W key to bring it straight down again. Then I'm going to extrude again. This time using this key. Just going to check it in the side view to make sure that I'm extruding out to the same length. Then I want to do it again. Press the W key, extrude down. And finally, I want to put this in. Sometimes it's a good idea to come right down and check like that. Now I'm going to grab these vertices and I'm just going to merge them. Okay, and voila, there is a bullet of sorts. So let's just smooth that and use the insert edge loop just to make this a bit stronger. 1, 2, 3. The bottom's fine. If you wanted to, you could put a line in there, but this is going to be fine for a bullet. So I've got that bullet now. I'm going to just do a few things here. I'm just going to delete the history. And I want to turn it this way. 90 degrees, that's fine. Now I want to rescale it down. I definitely want to center my pivot. And I want to scale this. So I'm going to scale that down. Bring that up. Let's have a look at my gun. Right down. And now I can just press Control D to duplicate. Come down, check they're in the center. Duplicate this, bring it across to this one. Grab this one. Press Control D to duplicate this one. And the final one. Which is right in the middle. And now we have the bullets in the gun. And in fact this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it into there. I mean the bullets, look at the bullets compared to the gun barrel. Miles too small. But I tell you what, I don't care for this model. You know what to do. These circles need to be bigger, then the gun will match up. Okay, so I'm going to leave that section. You've got the idea, and that's what it's all about. My lighting I'm going to put back to two-sided lighting again. So now all we've got to do is extract this part from the gun, and maybe have a bit more of a clean up on this area. Okay, so we need to extract, so we're going to use the same method that we used on the trigger part, on the hammer part. But before I do that, I'm going to select across everything and I'm going to go to Edit, Delete by Type History. This will smooth it all down. I'm also going to go down into the outliner and you'll notice we've got a lot more going on. So what I want to do is select these and call them and I think that's a bullet as well. Yep. I don't know what you call this bit. What do you call it? It's the holds the bullets. So I don't know, bullet holder. This is the hammer. This is the trigger. This is the trigger guard. This is the bullet holder again. And I've got loads of bits. I've got empty nodes in here. If I select all this and I've deleted, and I've made sure that I've deleted my history, and I've also froze the transformation, and I've still got these nodes, just check that there's nothing in there. If there's nothing in there, you can delete them. Whoa, I've got something in there. I can just middle mouse drag it out. Now I can select that and delete it. Got nothing in there, nothing in there, nothing in there, nothing in there, nothing in there. So what's this for? This is the actual gun part. So I'll just call that gun part. So everything's labelled. Now what I want to do is group all of my bullets together. So I'm going to press, I've selected them by pressing the shift key. If you want to individually select them, you press the control key and you can do that. Right, so I want to press control G to group them, and I want to call these bullets. Yeah, now I've got the gun holder and this part, so I want to just control click these and press group, and I want to call this holder. Now I want these to be associated with each other, so I'm just going to take the bullet and I'm going to drag it into the holder, and I'm also going to go and center the pivot. Now what will happen is I could turn this and it'll all spin together. That bullet's sticking out, so that's why that hasn't worked there. And in fact I'll probably go and delete that bullet because it's kind of annoying me a little bit. So it's bullet 4. I'm just going to delete it out, don't need it. And now if I take the holder, I could spin this around. You've got an empty one there, so it all becomes part of the same group, which is good. Right, I probably would want to group the rest together, but I'm not going to do it at this stage. Definitely the barrel, but I might parent that with the barrel, so I don't want to animate it anyway. So I'll just middle mouse drag it into the barrel Now if I select the barrel, that will be selected, but I can individually select that, so that's another way. So you've got parenting and grouping, depends what you want to do, and that's how you would use it. But at least all my stuff is all cleaned up now. So let's get back to just extracting this out. So what I want to do is press Ctrl C to copy, then I want to turn all this off. I think I want to grab that and put that in there as well. And now I want to press Ctrl V, and you'll see that you've got a pasted group, so I want to delete that. As before, I don't need any of this, yeah, because remember we've still got the gun, yeah. Just creating the handle now. I'm just going to delete this. Lambert. I'm just going to come into a transparent mode. Also, I don't need the half of the gun. I don't need. In fact, I don't need any of that, because all I want is the front face. All I want is these front face polygons to extrude out of. So I don't need any of this. And now what I can do is start to move these down Yep, now I've got that, I can select the faces, and I just need to move a little bit out. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay. Right, what I want to do now is I want to insert an edge loop through here. The reason being that I want to kind of push it out a little bit, just to give it a little bit more that's really good. I'm going to insert an edge loop along here. We've already got one along there. And now I don't need these faces. So I can merrily knock these faces out. And delete them. And now I can bring my gun back. Hopefully. But and we've got a tight fitting thing there. I can see that it's centered, so I can go down, and because of my other settings were the same, I can duplicate special, and there it goes, it's appeared on the other side. So that is it, basically creating a gun. Now I'm going to go ahead and fix this area in here, and in the next lesson we'll look at UV mapping it. and adding final details to it, like the screws. But we're kind of 90%, well 75% of the way there, so we just got to texture it, make it look good, and then we're finished, and then I can use this in my project. Okay, right, I wasn't going to show you this, but I'll show you anyway. Right, I'm not happy with this barrel, as you know, so I'm going to get rid of it because it's just crap. And I'm going to get rid of everything. I've deleted the barrel up the gun, so don't need that. But I do need this one, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it into the barrel. I'll just lock it to one of these, and then I'll just press R to scale it up, so that it's the right size. Let's have a look. That's better. So the size of that is much better, which is good. So I'll now, I think it's in this one, so I'll remove selected. So I'll turn all these off. I'll put these into here. So nothing's on that layer, which is good. Okay, so I'm going to get this, and we're going to flip it upright again. I'm actually going to freeze the transformation on this because it's all over the place, and I'm also going to center a pivot just in case anything's been lopped off. You see these are the values are all zeroed out now, which gives me a nice grid. So I can put 90 in there on the X, and I'm just going to press the W key. I'm going to press the X, and I'm going to snap it into the middle so that everything's in position. Alright, so now I want to do my 5-sided thing. So back to 10 again. Okay, so now there's a cheat method. We can use a boolean to extract a curve out of this, or to extract a shape out of it. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to create another circle. Now this can be as dense as you like. Now if we looked at our image plane, which is there, we could see that these are kind of flattish on the side. So it would be good if that would remain flat on some of these sides as well. But let's do our extraction first. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lower this sphere down to about 8, and I'm going to select the faces. I'm going to delete those faces out, and then I'm going to select these edges, and to turn them into quads I'm going to delete those out so they're quadded. Now I'm going to select the edges all the way around, double click, all selected, and I'm going to extrude this using the W key downwards. Okay, maybe even more than that. Right, now I want to take this shape and extract it from this shape, so we're going to use a boolean to do that. I would say with boolean you've got to be a little bit careful because the geometry will be out, so we'll either need to match it up, if we don't match it up when we take it out of Maya into another program, then the polygons are going to be all over the place and smoothing will not work. So we've got to bear that in mind. If that doesn't make sense to you, it will make sense to you in a minute. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do my indent into the model, and I'm just going to sort of V-snap this there, hopefully into this middle area about there. Okay, so it's appeared there. I know we're at the wrong angle for this, but it doesn't matter. So I'm going to take it up to about there, and select my vertexes, do this, and now I'm going to select both of these, and I'm going to go to my Boolean and print difference. Hold on, wrong way around. I need to select that, select that, go to my Boolean and sorry about this, I tend to use this a lot. Oh, shit. Yep. Boolean difference. Okay, and there you go. It snipped that out. Now that's all very well, but if I do this, smoothing, it's all over the place because nothing matches up. So that's our next operation. So what I'm going to do is to delete some of these faces. This is using the same kind of operation that we did before, where some of these faces are not needed, so we just get rid of them. Okay, so that's given us something to work with. I'm actually going to get rid of this as well. Maybe not yet, because I want to use that for the circle. So these are our bullets. Now remember, this isn't down to the right scale yet, so I'm going to leave the Boolean for this until I get it all correct. So what I need to do now is I need to match this up with this. So what I'm going to do is take both of these. Now at the moment they're one mesh, but they're not really one mesh. But I'm going to use the interactive split tool. Press the V to snap it to there, and then I'm going to come across to here, press enter. I'm going to press G, I'm going to do exactly the same for this. I'm going to come up here, come across to here, press enter, press the G key to do it again, snap it to there, up to there, across to here, press enter, and then I'm going to do the same this side as well. So I'm going to snap to there, going to come up to here, press enter, press the G key, hold the V key to snap, and I'm trying to get the same place as there. I'm going to press enter, press the G key, V this down here, come across to there, press enter, and finally I'm going to press the G key again. Aha, see, these are triangles, don't want triangles, but it doesn't matter, get rid of those in a minute. Press that there, come up here, press enter. Now I'm going to come into edges. I'm just going to delete these out to give me quads in this corner. Now if I, right, the bottom's not done yet, but if I go into the top, you can see that's much better. Yeah, that's good. So the other thing I need to do is make sure my vertices are all lined up. So to do that, I'm going to go into my vertice mode, and I'm just going to bring these down so they're all nice and straight, and that way I know that they'll match when I do my mirror on the other side. Yep. So that's one section done for that cutout. So what I need to do now is I need to scale this to the right size. So if we look at my model, I'm going to need to rotate this way 90 degrees. Yeah. Then I'm going to need to scale this down, so bit of scaling. I'm just going to... I'm not deleting the history at the moment on this. I think I want to turn this 90 degrees this way. Through my splits, here we go. That's better. It'll give me, I can just see it better against what I've got. It's actually the wrong way round. So I'll do this 180. Come back into move. And we'll scale it. That's not bad. Now I can pick the vertices. And say, yep, that's good. Just rotating my bullet now. Kind of try and put him into position here. Okay. So he's not bad, but you can see the problem. He's a bit big. So what I'll have to do, I think, is two things. I can scale this up and then sort of fudge it in there so it's still too small. I'd rather keep it all consistent. I know it's not going to be exact, but that's not bad. I'll come up a little bit more to give myself a little bit more breathing room. Like that. Okay, that's going to be fine. Okay, so now what I need is I need a cylinder. This cylinder is going to be one, two, three, four. I think to get a nice circle, 6 is the minimum you can go down to, really. It'll all make sense in a minute. Spinning this around. So I've just created a cylinder. We've still got our initial block. I'm creating this cylinder here, which is obviously miles too big. We now need to scale it down to fit the same size as we've got here. So I'm going to just come in here, yeah, and scale this down. Now at the same time I want to bear in mind the angles that things are going to connect up in. That's going to connect to this center, so I'm kind of working on that. I'm going to bring this down a bit more, bring them up there. pretty good. A bit more. I'm just trying to get these points so that one's touching there, one's touching there, and one's touching there. Then I'm going to reduce it slightly. I'm going to take the edge. I could boolean this. I'll just get this and move it out of the way. And what I'm going to do is match to this triangle. So problem. Matching. Vertexes, okay. Right. So what I need to do is to create get rid of these faces. So it just leaves me with this edge. And this edge I am going to scale out. Remember, I've got that double thing going on, but that's alright. And now I can grab these vertices with the W key and snap them. Just going to snap them to their points. Which isn't always easy. There we go. Right, so that gives us that triangle. So now if I merged this with the other, yeah, well, it gives me the triangle, but the triangles, unfortunately, the triangle's at the wrong end, which is not good. So I need to get these and move these back up here, like this. Okay. Now I can grab this as an object. Actually just grab this and go to faces. What I'm after is this face here, which I want to delete. Oh dear. Okay, so we've got a new face now, which is this one. So if I take this one and this one and we combine them, yeah, I can go back up. I can actually delete history at this stage. Now I need to just create some interactive splits along some of this. As I said before, it doesn't always work, so you've got to sometimes you need to double check things. Merge. That wasn't exactly what I wanted to do. It was merging two bits there. Right, and merge this, and I want to merge this. Yeah, and now I know all my points are merged. So, yep, that's linking to the edge. There, so it gives me this circle, and with this circle, as we said before, we can just move it in a very small amount because we haven't got a lot of room to move with there, and we can move it right back to there. Okay, so now this circle, or this, will fit in there. And look, we can see we've got a point that isn't merged because it broke away, so I need to select those two, merge them, double check, that's good. Right, now with that said and done, we should be able to rotate this lot around, except I've got another little issue because this is not linked up to anything, so I need to use my interactive split tool again, come down here, hopefully to here, and start to quad this out. And this will be quite good because I can just link it to this bit here. Yeah, so I've got quads all round. That should all work nicely. And now if I come in and we do our little spin around, I'm just going to press the insert key and snap it to here, press the insert key again, and we're going to duplicate special, hopefully bring this round to about there. I'll press Control D. Yep. And now this will be a little bit more difficult to get this to work, but hopefully it will do the job. Right, so I'm going to select all of my areas apart from the bullet. I want the bullet. Yeah, and I'm just going to combine these. And now I want to select vertices, only the vertices I need. You might need to zoom right in for this. Vertices there, vertices here, 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 and here. Doesn't matter too much. Yeah, so now I need to set the biggest point where they're not meeting is here, so I'm going to need to adjust these a hell of a lot more. So we can apply this. Wasn't too bad actually. I'm going to go to 1 here, apply and close it. So I think I'm going to have some problems. Yeah, you can see we got some vertexes here that just need to be snapped to the correct places. This kind of thing happens. We got some that aren't. And so what you need to do is just go round, check. This is the first phase check before I finally do a second phase check around. This is basically when the interactive split tool did not link to where it should have. So I can select all now. I need to go to my merge and I need to set this to 001 and merge. I can check it. Okay, so we've got some problems. This bit here is not good. So what I can do is I can just link it to another part. So you should have this happening on a few areas. And it's okay, it just means I need to snap it into snap it in so it's a quad. Okay, I select them all again and I merge them. Ah, see, we got a piece there. Didn't even notice that. That's fine. That's good. Okay, that's alright. What I'm going to do is take this side that is not at this point really needed, and then I'm going to come down and use my interactive split tool to hopefully split along this edge. And sometimes this just does not work. Looking at this, I'm not sure I need this at all. I think if I go ahead and just delete it out, I can select everything, just delete them. I don't think that's going to matter, make any difference to my model. Nope. And in fact, to save, I can't delete that out. I was going to say, I was going to delete this face, but I can't because I've got all this built-in geometry. I don't really want to take and mess that up. Also, I want to clean this up along here as well, so I need to use my interactive split tool, like it or not, however temperamental it's being. It just does not want to cut sometimes. So weird. Okay, I'm going to do this the other way. Do it the old-fashioned way. Take 2 seconds. I'm going to delete the faces out and just move the faces back and just link them up. Yeah. Make sure that you haven't accidentally grabbed any of the insides. Should be good. Just check the middle. Okay, and out they go. Right, now I can select these edges. 2. Shit. Apologies for that. It just annoys me. That's the thing, my can be very buggy at times. Everything got to be so correct, otherwise you get problems, as you'll probably find out for yourselves. And we'll do it again. And again. And finally again. Okay, so I'm going to select these. And we're going to do the old merge again. I'm going to set this quite high because I haven't snapped them, I've just estimated them. A bit too high, that. Control Z. Sometimes you gotta just go in here because it doesn't. There we go. Right, okay, merge. Alright, well, I think we're pretty close actually, so I'll merge these. Amazing, sometimes you get these little bits. It's like, what are they? Where did that appear from? extra faces just popping up for no reason. Right, W key, snap to there, get rid of this edge, interactive split tool, which hopefully will work this time. That's better. So that's what I kind of want. That sort of I want to just append this poly in here. I don't think that that's linking up like it should. It's strange. Sometimes it shows you that it is, but it's not. Okay, so we got this again. Take this, delete it out. Interactive split tool, V again, and V again, V again, there. Merge. This should be better this time. But you know, it's always a fiddly thing to do these sort of like convex, concave shapes. Always a pain. Of course, the advantage, if you've got one already made, you can use that, so you don't have to do it again. But it's a good lesson in patience, I think. Doing these really helps you with your patience. If you make a mistake, Control Z, as I just did. Your head, you do go a little bit crazy sometimes doing these. And you've also got to watch that these have actually attached properly. So I should be done. Yeah. Okay, so finally I'm just going to come in 184 vertices, and I want to see if I can 180. That's better. So let's have a look at my shape now. That is a lot better. So if I now insert an edge loop along here, I'm just going to grab all these vertices and see 256. Whoa, that's the problem. Yeah, so there's a few bits going astray. You know, sometimes I wonder if there's any kind of bits of geometry. Sometimes there can be geometry underneath geometry. And it's weird that I can't insert an edge loop right the way around. that's normally cause for concern, because that would be telling me that those pieces are not joined. Which is the case. So there appears to be pieces inside that are not I know all this is clean. I need to append this. So when you get problems like this, there's a couple of things you can do. I know I've got some problems because I'm getting some really unusual effects. So this is all good, this is trouble solving. So if I insert an edge loop around here, it should work. But what I'm going to do, I think, is to take all this stuff back, re-extrude it out, because I've obviously got some duplicates happening, and let's just make it easier for myself. So I selected those. I'm shift greater than selecting, which doesn't always work. Sometimes looking at things in X-ray can help you resolve issues. And sometimes it doesn't. Well, here's certainly an edge that could do with being deleted. So I'm trying to simplify it by just quadding everything out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. This will help as well. I'm going to use the I'm going to use the split tool. This is a new one. Interactive split tool. exactly what I wanted in mind. Okay. Slice, cut face tool. Okay. I just want this face. That's done what I wanted it to do. So I've kind of bypassed the cutting, and yeah, that's worked. What I need for this doesn't always work, is to select this ring around here. You know what, I think the undo key is probably the best key that you could possibly use. Or that you use the most. Okay, that should have done it. Right, that's better, isn't it? So we've got something that's going to look a bit better. I mean, this is, yeah, we can get away with that. So what I can do now is take these, duplicate special, duplicate special there, duplicate special there, duplicate special there. Okay, so I've got the bullets in the gun, all's good. Delete by history, come into my outliner, named bullet holder, yeah. Bullet holder, put into here, select them all. These are all my bullets still in place, so that's all good. And now I will flick up the so far gun done. Now as you can see, miles too big, but I think I can kind of get away with it if I do it. So I'm sort of cheating a little bit here, but you know, it's allowed. Yeah, that's all good. I can take these bullets now and hopefully move them back into the gun. But as I'm sure you can see, a lot better now. So worth spending that extra time getting those a bit bigger. and getting those indents. So you look there at using booleans and a plethora of tools to try to get that correct. Now, because this spins also, I'm going to put a little bit in the middle. So I've already got a circle here. If we look, we can see it's kind of a circle. So I'm going to take these faces and I'm going to just extrude it in. Sort of like that. And now I'm going to just push it. Whoa. Yeah, well, here we go. We're going to have a problem with our two-sided lighting again. So I'm going to go to normals and conform, and then I'm going to reverse them again. Could have been causing some problems, that. It's obviously splitting up because of a reason. These are faces within the geometry that have come across, and that was what was causing our problem. I don't need to worry about it too much, because actually it might work quite well. Not really. Okay, so I'm going to select these faces and just delete them out because they're rubbish. Now I'm going to select this edge. And I might need to come into X-ray for this, so I'm just going to hold the control key, click that one, it will only give me that edge. Now I'm going to press this and I'm just going to move it in. I'm going to press W key, I'm going to move it back. Right at this moment in time, I don't care. It's to give it a little bit of something going on. Might be worth just putting a tube through that. So that's what I'll do. Get a cylinder, drop it down to 8, reduce this down, hopefully spin it 90 degrees this way, extend it, we're going to go into 3 mode as well. Because what I want to do is insert some edge loops. Yeah, good. Object up through the middle of the barrel. Yeah, I've obviously lost a bit of geometry this side. I don't know how that happened. Proving to be a real pain, this. Sometimes you get these good and bad days, and this is obviously a bad day. which is not good because I'm trying to train you guys, but it's good that you make these errors. God, look at that. Rather than try and rebuild that edge, it's actually easier just to come in and grab the edges again and just bring them in. Sometimes there's no real reason, it's just maybe these were twisted, or maybe they weren't, I don't know. Sometimes you don't see any extra faces and you think, what could possibly have caused that? And there's no reason. And now it looks fine. Strange. It's the wonderful world. Look at that. That's a meaty old mess in there. There's that one. Come across. Wow. It's just gone, isn't it? Yeah, that's all fine. Not that bothered about that. That's good. Alright, so finally, hopefully, if we check around this, there should be no holes or anything in that. That's good, nice simple shape, made complicated by me. But now if I come back in and we view the gun, we should have something that's reasonably good. Alright, and I'll just put two-sided lighting on again. So there's our gun completed. We're all with the bullets and everything else we could add to it. And remember, we've also gridded it up, or we've put it into a group called holder, with that as centered, that we could actually spin this around if we wanted to. So that's pretty cool. We got loads more to do, so let's just click this, delete the history on it. Let's go and grab some of these, delete them out. There's obviously something in here. These are the handles. And I can just delete that out. And I think what I'll do is, this will be the left handle or nandle, and right handle, right handle. Okay, so that's all good. Right, okay, so now what I want to do is, this is cylinder, what's this? I call this center pin, center ER, is its English spelling. Right, and I'm going to take all this stuff and I'm going to group it and call it gun. Yep, so now that's gun. I can move it around in one piece. Beautiful. And that's our gun done. So what do we got left to do now? Well, we've got to lay out all the UVs for all this stuff, because at the moment, if we put any sort of texture map over this, if we look at a UV texture map here, you can see it's all over the place. So I need to lay out the handle. There's only very minimal stuff to be laid out on this. I'm going to put some text along the barrel and along here. And sorry, I forgot, I've got to add these little bits here, haven't I? So that's all good. We'll do that now before I forget. Add selected. And this is really simple. It's just going to be a tube. I'll do it really quick. 8. Scale down. Scale up. Twist. Like so. 90 degrees. Grab the move tool. Move it up into position. Rescale it a bit more. That's going to be fine. Select my loop. And come along to the end. Want to make this a poly end. As I said before, as you know before, like as we did, we don't need the pins on this end, so I'm going to go to faces, deselect them, delete them out, come back into object mode. There's a W, push this back, have a look, hold on, that's fine. Okay, might make it a little bit bigger so it sort of intersects with that area. Put that on there. Okay, what I need to do now is I need to do a tube. Let's have a look at this tube. Is it be thick enough? Probably too thick, so I'm going to do the thickness to 0.3. I'm going to reduce it down. I'm going to spin this over 90 degrees. Grab this, move it up roughly into position, come down here, that's fine, good. I'm going to take both of these, move them up slightly, then I'm going to take this pin, move this pin over, and I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to insert an edge loop here, insert one here, I'm going to insert one here, and I'm going to scale this up like that. I'm going to come down here, press my G key, come around this side, do the same again. I think that's okay. Middle ones, yeah. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't need those other ones. Too many. And I'll just move this up into there. Good. Okay, I'll take this and I'll duplicate it and I'll move it along to wherever it is along here. I think it's round about this area. That's like a fixing for it. I don't think I'm going to bother with that. And there we go. Yep. So that was that area done. I'm going to come back into outliner, pin holder. I'm going to copy this, copy, holder and pin. Okay, so I've got all those labelled, shove those, middle mouse click those into gun, and there we go. Alright, make sure you save, make sure everything's in 3. So obviously pressing 1 will make it look like this, a low res mod, and you want a smooth version, so you select it all and press 3. Okay, so you should be at this stage now, and the next stage we're going to go into is going to be to start to put some colour on this. So we'll start to use the MIA shaders, set up a basic lighting, and also texture the handle. And actually, before we do those, I'm going to do all these little screws that just go on here, and this little bit that goes in here, which actually I'm not going to bother with. Just going to do the screws. Yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 screws to do. We could do this little bit in here, but that would be simple enough to do just using the old extraction method. Yeah, if you want to put some of those in there, feel free. If not, I'm going to keep it quite plain like this, because that's how I want it for my model. Don't want this extra stuff going on. Sometimes it's better to leave stuff off than to put the stuff in there. Yeah. Okay, good. Right, so now we've got to work on these screw details. So to do that, we're going to We could use normal maps or displacement maps and put them in, but as a modelling course I'm going to model them out. So the first thing I'll do is get rid of my gun, which is all on my so far layer, and create these. So as you can see, just a thin slice, sort of two halves of a kind of circle, but they're sort of convex in shape. So what should we do? Let's create a sphere and chomp it down a little bit, probably to about 10. Then I'm going to grab my faces, half my faces, like that. Delete these off, and it's a bit more, not quite a circle, is it? So I'm going to bring it down like this. Go to V, that looks quite nice. Okay, and the idea here is just to do a cutout. So I'm going to grab an edge, grab these edges, delete them out. In fact, I'll grab these edges as well. Now I use the interactive split tool, but not before I just sort my shapes out. So we're going to be coming across here, so I'm just going to get this and just twist this about 18 degrees, something like that. 18, that'll work fine. Okay. Right, so edge to edge, I'll start to scale these in. This is gonna be my slot. Yeah. And I could actually grab all of these. Not too much of a difference. Oh, hold on. Straighten them up. And straighten these up. Whoa. That one as well. Come out a little bit more. If I want to come out a little bit more, I ought to basically select both of them. That's quite nice. And let's just select these and these. Try and come in a little bit more with this. Yeah. And these ones I know I'm going to need to bring in just a touch more to get that circle back. And I'm going to insert an edge loop. Straight through the middle. And I'm going to make sure they're both the same by selecting through them. And I just want to bring them out just to get that circle back. Now I can see that it's not going circling. That's better. I'm just going to put this into 3. Have a look at it. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, now I want to use my interactive split tool. Press V, enter, press the G key. Here again, V, enter. G, click, press the V, hold the V down, there, and finally G, through here, here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, that's quadded. I can select these again. Actually they were fine. Select the faces, like that. And now I'm going to extrude, hopefully extrude this down like that. Now we'll press 3 on the keyboard and we've got what we wanted. I press 1 again just to come up, because where I've got my extrusions, extrude down nicely, and I've got these edges around here which could do with coming down there. Press 3 now, and there we kind of have it. Just one of those I think will do. And now it's just a case of getting this to be a little bit better. That's quite nice. Let's let this just bring this in. And these are so small that that'll be fine. So now bring my model back. Of course what I've got here is huge. I'm going to freeze the transformation on it. I'm going to center the pivot, and I'm going to twist at 90 degrees angle, negative 90 in this case, and we're going to scale and put these into position. Yeah, and I'm going to Control W. Just going to twist this around so it's a little bit different. Control D. Blow this one up. Maybe twist him around. Whoa, hold on. That's good. And finally, W, Control D. Bring him down into this one here. Reduce his size down as well. So now we've got all these points, these little nuts, we've got to just put them into position. So just going to unselect all this stuff, hopefully bring it all to the front. And now all I'm doing is moving in the Z axis until it hits the model. Yeah, and I just want to have a little bit more of a model cleanup, so I'm going to insert some edge loops to kind of harden some of these edges off, because they're quite they're quite hard, and this area that I've got down here, it like really moves in on those areas, so I just want to make sure that they're nice and hard around here. And I've got a definite difference between these two points here. It should be the same for this side. Yeah, I've also got quite a hard area here. And here. So it's just tweaking bits now to get things to look a bit better. Okay, so once you've got all these screws done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine them into one mesh. Now I'm going to duplicate special, and they'll all appear on the other side. So that's basically the bits done for that. Now I do want a kind of little crested area to go in there. So I think what I'll do is I'll just use a sphere, and I'll take off the faces from the bottom. And I'll just move it this way. I'll make it -90, and I want to scale it down. Also want to take out some of these alternate, I'm holding the shift key while I'm doing this, alternate ones, so it's a quad, because I might decide to take this particular one into ZBrush. Now, because it's not resting nicely, I'm going to move it a little bit of cheating. I'm also going to move it back a fair bit, and I want it to be a little bit curved on the edge, but not too much. So if I do that now, it's just too much. So if I insert an edge loop, say round about here, that'll harden it up a little bit. And if I go to 1, I could grab my faces and just extrude them in, so we scale them in a little bit, and then just pull it out a touch. No, that's not bad. And if I just push that in, maybe across a little bit more. Now, of course, I can group. Now, there's a little trick I do here. I could move this center point, because at the moment, if I duplicate this, it will just appear the other side here. It won't appear the other side of the model. So to get this to this line to jump straight to the middle, I'll just create a group. So I just Control G, and it goes in the middle. Then I can just duplicate special, and then later on I can just delete that node, that group node, out anyway. So if I come into my outliner now, we'll have a few things appearing. So I've got the cylinder in there, just drag that out. I can take both of these, call this the left emblem, and call this the right emblem, something like that. These, I think these are my screws. Yep, these are screws. So I'll call this left screws, and I'll call this right screws. And then I'll drag this into the gun layer. Now I've got other things appearing here, but I think these are all transform nodes. There's nothing in them. So I can just select all these and delete them out, which, well, hold on. They are causing some problems, so you might need to come in here and just delete the history on these, and it will disappear anyway. That's what happens sometimes if it's linked, so be quite careful. Now we've got it as one model again. So that is our gun. Now one little thing I'd like to do is put the bullet into the barrel. I've got a bullet just in there, and I want to move him kind of into the barrel area. Now you can see he's out because we've cheated a little bit. So I'm going to find where he is. He's in there. I'm going to sort of V-snap him to the middle. It should be where my gun is, in there. Now if I look down that barrel of the gun, I can increase the size a little bit, but it won't kind of be noticeable. So we had a little bit of cheating going on. Yeah, but he's good to go. Good. And that's our little bullet that was in there. So that's now in the chamber of the gun, so to speak, ready to be fired out. Might even move these up a little bit in size. I think I could get away with just bringing them up a bit. Yeah, that's good. Maybe bring this block up a tad as well. Hold on. The centre of the pivot is up. The gnat's hair. Okay, so happy with this. So the final thing to do is to go in here, delete all by type. Optimize my scene size, yeah, and save it off. Right, so now we've got a colour, or we've got a UV layout, all this stuff. So really cool. What we're going to do is we'll do the handle first. We'll just select the handle and just close this down. So with the handle selected, I'm going to go to create UVs. Obviously want it on the Z axis because we are on the Z axis there. Yeah, so if I go to planar mapping, put it on the Z axis and project. Actually, we're not on the Z axis. On the alright, project. There we go. We're on the X axis. Yeah, look, X axis. That's the way it's pointing. Never mind. Right, so what I want to do now is come into my UV texture editor and have a look at my UVs now. Oh, we got the old one, so I can show you the old one as compared to the new one, which is good. Yeah. So this is our UV here. Let me go to the old one, which has got the old UVs on it, and you can see that all over the place. So I only want to work on this once. So a little trick. Delete that one out, come back to the one I'm working on, which is this one, and now we want to set up some basic material. So what I do is I'm going to set up a Lambert. That Lambert material has appeared, or will appear in there when I delete the history off of this. Yeah, it's appeared here. I'm going to call this checker. Yep. Now my material is obviously linked to this, so I can lighten up, darken up, but I want to put a checker material over the top, so I'm going to go to there, and I've got my own checker material. I have my own checker material for this, so what I do is I locate it. Here it is here, and this is actually on my website. I think I've put it on there under one of the training videos, so I might create a download area for these common things that I've got. So anyway, I opened that up, and now you can see that my checker pattern has appeared on my thing, and it all looks even. What I'm looking for here is, if you come across, this is the UV texture editor. If I select the UVs, and I'll just distort this on purpose, do that for instance, you'll see that these won't become squares, and what you're trying to do is get them, eyeball them to become squares. Now obviously this checker pattern is massive, you wouldn't want to use one texture just for this handle, so you might want to reduce it down. So you might want to reduce it down to about that big, and then press W key and put it down there. But the problem is you can't see the texture that well. Well, if you go into the texture attributes, and here we go, into, sorry, here, and we do repeats, we can go to place TV texture. I can put this up to 5, and there we go. So you can see on the UV map these are much smaller. There's now 5 in place of 1. So what about the other side? Well, the other side, we can just take this bit and see, we'll need to go into outliner and put things in position, but let's not worry about that yet. We'll go duplicate special, which will make it appear a duplicate on the other side, but the problem is our numbers are around the wrong way around. It's because it's an exact duplicate. These UVs are the same way, so we need to flip it. So all we need to do is, with not this one selected, with this one selected, we need to right hand click, go to UVs, click there, and it will appear in here. You'll see a little dot. Now believe me, these UVs are over the top of the other UVs, so the reason we want to select one from this side is because we want to go to select, and then we're going to select the shell. Now we need to flip it horizontally. So here we go, we got a little key here, flip selected UVs in the U direction, and it appears this side, and automatically they've appeared the right side. Now we can get this and move it over here, and then shift select this edge one here, and you'll see that we now have the left hand side and the right hand side handles next to each other. And now I can move this close to this, and we've got and I can right hand select this as well. Just select them both, and we can move them about as a group, and we can keep these nicely organized in the corner there for UVing later. So that's a little look at how we can UV layout this. Now what about the barrel? Well, yeah, barrel's important, so we need to UV that. So in this case, as you can see, the UVs look all over the place. I'll bring it down here so you can see what's going on. What we need to do is, the first thing we need to do is to separate it from the barrel, because that top part is just getting in the way. We don't really need that. So I'm going to go into my outliner and unparent it from the barrel. If we're in outliner, I can press F on my keyboard, it'll just open it up. And all I need to do is grab the sight and just drag middle mouse button it out. Now I've just got the barrel separated. Yeah. Okay, now look at this barrel. We need to, what would be the best way of mapping this barrel? Well, definitely let's have a look at our options and see what we've got. UVs, we've got planar, which we just did. Well, yeah, we could planar it, but it would be flat on them and it would overlap. How we need to break it apart. So what about a cylinder? Cylinder would be perfect. So we put the cylinder in there, and we come across and hit this T key. Whoa. Hit this T key, which will now allow me, if I click that, to twist this. So I can move this out of the way now so I can see what's going on. And we want to rotate this 90 degrees. Now where you see these lines are where it's trying to cut it to. So I want 360 degree, and I want this meeting line to be at the bottom, which is where it is, because I could do this and move it up that way, but I want it at the bottom because it's being masked where the two UV edges meet, or where the map meets together like two pieces of paper joining each other. They'll appear right on the bottom, and it's kind of disguised a little bit by this rod, so that would be a really good place to put it. So we come back to my UVs, you can see that they've appeared in here nicely. But what about the inside of the barrel and the front of the barrel? Well, we're going to need to split all this up. So I'm going to select all the UVs, and we're going to press the R key, and we're just going to reduce it down. Yep. And now I'm going to assign it into that material. At this stage, that's the barrel done, but I've still got the very front of the barrel to do, and the insides. And I would say I'm going to put this into one mode and not smooth it, because it's going to make it easier for me to work with. Now what I want to do is I want to assign that material. So I'm going to go to rendering editor, and I'm going to hypershade, and then I'm going to find my checker material, and with this selected I'm going to right hand click and assign to material. The other way I could do it is I could do this. I could I could drag this onto it, yeah, or you can drag this onto it. So another way of doing it. So at the moment, well, it's not squared. Don't worry, it will be. We'll come back into the UV. Okay, let's have a look, and let's grab my UVs, and we'll scale it this way, and there we go, voila. Once you've unwrapped it all, or once you spread it all in the U direction, then we're going to get it going into squares. So that's pretty good for squares, and you'll notice that my wrap hits kind of at the bottom, yeah, and it does a pretty good job of the inside as well, but it's going to be a pain, because if I say I put a red edge around here, it will appear on the inside because my UVs are inside as well. So I want to split my UVs for this inside part of the barrel. Well, I already know that the ends cut off, so I only got to worry about one of the edges. So let's grab an edge, and this will be this very edge here, and what I want to do is I want to go into the polygons, and then I want to split the UVs. I want to select the shell, press the W key. Oh, hold on, let me just, I've got to grab a UV from the end. Let me just grab this one, right hand click, drag that one, and then select this as a shell. So I can move that away, yeah? That's moved away, I've moved it out. That's the main barrel, this part, yeah? That's this outside part of the barrel. This is now the inside part of the barrel. And so if I go to faces, you'll see, it will select them. But I've still got something else. I've got this top part here. What I'd really like to do a front project, because it's a flat piece, I'd really like to do a front projection straight onto this piece and break it away from the two bits. So that's what I'm going to do. I've selected it, yeah, selected the faces. I'm going to come into create UVs. I'm going to flick this open, and this should be the Z direction, and I'm going to project it. And there we go, there we have it. So it's broken away from the other UVs. Yeah, so we've now got the outside of the barrel, the inside of the barrel, and the very front of the barrel. I've also got these very edged lines here, which I kind of like. And that's the very edge corners. I don't know if you can see them just in there. You might want to add a bit of detail to that, but they are very small, so we can leave that. And we got this barrel area here, which is all very cool. So I want to reduce this down. So we're trying to get it so that all the squares are about the same width. Well, that's quite good for that. I'll put that kind of there. And this inside bit, which is basically going to be black. I don't want to use a lot of texture space for that part because you're hardly going to see it. You know, so I'll probably do that. Stick it in this corner. Take these two bits and move them here. And move it down. And move this across on a level with that. Now here's a cool thing. At the moment we got two kind of with the UV set out for two different areas, but we want to combine the maps so we can work on one map. So if I click and hold and shift, click, shift these, you'll see the UVs all appear now within the same map, which now means that I can come along and basically just move things into position. Yeah. And that's kind of it. And also this one here, we got this piece which is the emblem. I want to basically project that and take the UVs and move this down. This is quite detailed, so I want to put it down there. Also I want to take this one, which is already there. So now all the parts that are going to be UV'd are done. So I'm going to select the shell, just move that down there. I think I'm going to select all of these, select the shells, move them up a bit, and these, select shell. I'm going to move these up in size a little bit. You can turn this off as well. Sometimes it's easier, you can't see what's going on. Select the shell, move that up. This is our little emblem. So once again, I'm going to use that same method by Control G to center it so that I'm able to duplicate special onto the other side. I'm going to select that. I'm going to select these UVs and I'm going to flip them this way, and I'm going to move this down, and now all my UVs should be set up for this model. But what about the gun? Gun's tricky, isn't it? How are we going to do the gun? Well, similar. I'm going to do, for this particular one, I'm going to do a planar map. I'm just going to planar map this straight on. So let's take our model, by the way, and make it all this. Just smooth shade it down, and I want to just planar map this. I already know it's on the right angle, and there's my gun. That looks pretty good, but let's select through the gun and split the UVs. Yeah, and I'm going to select the UVs this side, and I'm going to select the shell. Now I'm going to twist it. Oh. Sometimes you get these problems where you try to split it through but it doesn't work for whatever reason. Sometimes it doesn't. So what you can do is view selected. There might be something in there that's not allowing a full loop to happen between the two. So what you can do in that case is you can select half the model and re-UV it. So I'm going to select the faces, I'm going to select through here. Whoa. I'll just double check that this is working. Hold on, let me check. Lambody, through there, that's good. And I'm going to create another planar map this side. But this time I know that I need to flip it because the other side was correct and this side isn't. So if I select the shell, I should be able to flip this, and you'll see now that it will appear the other side. Like that. Now, as I haven't got much detail going on around the sides, it doesn't really matter. You know, you can move and sew all this together and stuff, but I don't know if I need to do that. But I can try it and see what happens with a quick unfold. No, it's not bad actually. It's not bad at all. Gives me my kind of shape, but by unfolding it, everything's kind of come out of itself and it's a bit better. So let's apply this checker map to this, and we can see it's not too bad, but you can definitely see where the joins are, you know, here through the middle. But other than that, it's pretty accurate. So let's go and view all, and I'm just going to apply the checker to these as well. So that's all good. Right, let's apply the checker to this. Not too bad, a little bit all over the place. So let's use another method. Let's create UVs. Let's use some automatic mapping. Now I need, I'm going to do 3 planes and see how it looks. That's not too bad. Let's cylindrically map this. Oh, hold on, let me go back. Actually, let's just auto map all this stuff. I don't really need any of it, but we'll auto map it anyway. And I'll auto map. Actually, I shouldn't auto map this because it's really important that this part has some good texturing on it. I'll auto map the back. Yeah, and auto mapping will pretty much work it all out for us. And it might be fine for a lot of this stuff. Auto map this. Yeah. These are very good. I think I'm going to delete these out and just try to planar map them. So pretty much everything's being mapped apart from that. So let's have a look with all this stuff. Let's try and sort it out. Oh, you can see these, the last thing to be selected. I certainly want to move these down a bit more, and I certainly want to bring them in. I'm going to bring them all over here. So some of this stuff we got, and a lot of this stuff, I'm just selecting the things that have been auto-mapped now. You can see they're all over the top of each other, but that's about to change. Now I've selected all those areas that I auto-mapped, yeah? I'm going to go to Polygon and I'm going to go Layout. Now I'm going to select the UVs for it all, apart from these actually. Select the shells. This is another big area. So I'm selecting them and Layout. And that will lay them out in a nice controlled manner, meaning that these, all this stuff, can come back in. So take this, let me just flick these around. Take both now, just get them, take them up in size a little bit, drop them over here. Okay, so now I've got those as well. Whoa. Let's move these up here. Alright, so good so far. So let's now select my whole model apart from the barrel, which is the last bit I'm going to do. I've even got the bullets selected here. I don't need the bullets. So inside of yeah, I've still got these. Hold on, let me just take these screw faces, which are mapped, you can see, but they're not on the other side, and I'll just duplicate special. Okay, now with those selected, I know that I need to flip them. So I'm going to select the UVs. In this case, I need to select the UVs on each one. And I need to flip them that way. That's good. Okay, so now I need to select everything apart from, of course, the bullets. With a bullet. I'm actually referring to my outliner now. So I've got my outliner open over here. So I don't want to select the bullets. So I'm going to just I'm going to select the pin. I'm going to select this. I haven't done my pin and pin holder. What the hell are these? Oh, pin. Okay, trigger guard, gun point, hammer, left handle, right emblem. That's the center pin, so I haven't got that mapped yet either. So here's all my bits so far that we've laid out. So what I need to do, I think, is to reduce these down and try to get them into some semblance of order. I don't know what that's for. I presume it's probably something inside, but I don't know. those over there. These can come up. Right, that was my emblems. Drives me nuts. Okay, select shells. They're all good, they're all good. So these should be for the other side. Yes. So what do I want to do with these? To be this side. And they should be this side, like that. So these are quite nice because they're all kind of in position, which is a good thing. And we can just put these somewhere like that, just out the way. We can take this and reduce it down a bit. This gives us my emblems here and allows me to put all this up here, and probably to make it a little bit bigger. Now see, I've only laid out UVs to things that matter, where things that don't matter so much haven't got any UVs laid on them, or have got UVs laid on them but are automatically mapped. Now it's just a case of just laying the UVs out for it. Yeah, there's still other bits that need to be done. I think I would like to automatically map. Actually, I think a cylinder is going to be a lot better for this. And I'm not actually going to care about the inside. So let's have a look. This, as before, is going to run around to -90 with a 360 on it. Yeah, now that doesn't give me too bad a UV. But I need to come to my hypershade and assign this to selection. So I'm just assigning off screen. I've got it here. Like, I'm just assigning it. You know, you can just middle mouse click or whatever you like. I've also got my texture map here off screen. This is a bit hard to view it when you're trying to do these things. So I want to isolate selected, and I want a front view of this. So I'm going to go in and just select that's all not bad. I just need to select this front face. See the UV's out a little bit there. I need to straighten him up. And I'm going to go to face and just select this. I'm using the less than or the greater than to try and grab some of these areas. You know what? I think I'm gonna let the UVs, the automatic mapper, create this for me. It does a fairly good job. And of course I can select through the middle like this, and I can cylindrically map it. As I did before, putting this into -90 and putting this to 360. Now, because I've done that, it's going to give me two sets. One is the automatic mapping, which is all this, and the other set that is the cylindrical mapping, which is what I've just done. I know that this is probably the back of this area, or it's the very front part in here, which it is. Oh, sorry, this is the back. So that's the back area. This is this complicated pattern at the front, which is really important to me. The rest of this is rubbish, really. Let me go back a couple. Let me just lay this out. Move this around. Right, they're more like squares. So I'll reduce this down now. All this stuff, I think it's all internal. But the only ones I really care about are kind of these ones. All this other stuff is kind of surplus to requirements. So once again, it's going to make me do it manually. I'll work this out. Okay, that'll do for now. Okay, let's view all of it. And some of this I won't even be putting any UV texture maps on at all. I'll be I presume these are the bullets. The bullets I'm not going to put any texture maps on. I don't know what all that stuff is. And that'll do. So that's my texture map ready to go. I've got all these other bits which I don't know what they are, so I'm going to come into face mode and just start to select over them. I'm presuming that they're all to do with the bullets, so let's have a look. There they are. It's all bullet related, or it's this thing through the middle. Really don't care about that too much. It's not the concern. So with that done, that's all UV'd now. I'm going to take my UVs, so not including these bits which I don't need, and I'm going to come in, I'm going to select across them like this, and I'm going to do a UV snapshot, and I'm going to call it gun. Okay, I'm going to do this a 2048. So a 2K map. It's going to be exported out as a JPEG, and I'm going to click OK. Yeah. Now that's all set, I can put all this back into 3 mode, and I can bring up my hypershade again, which is Windows rendering hypershade, and assign this back. Now I no longer need the checker, so I'm going to take this and delete it out. And in fact I don't even need the Lambert 2. Oh, I do, because it's the image plane, but even that I don't really care about. Now it's UV layout, I can take this picture into ZBrush and start to use something called UV Spotlight to put it in there. But before I do that, I'm going to show you the other way to do it. If you don't own ZBrush, then get it. But if you don't own ZBrush, then you might want to use this manual method. Now, as you know, we already UV'd out this piece, the location of which is there. So what we need to do is to save this now with all our UVs, really important. We're going to open Photoshop up. Yeah, we're going to open our gun template, and we're going to open our UV, which is saved in our images. There it is. This is the UV we just created. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to invert it, and the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it to a layer by double clicking on it, and I'm going to click new layer, and I'm going to put that underneath. Now I'm going to put this into multiply, and you won't see anything yet, but trust me, it will happen. I'm going to come into my template, and I'm going to zoom in on the gun area. I'm going to use the little magic thing. I'm just going to click it. So I'm clicking points out now. Like this. All I want to do, the reason I'm doing this is because I'm going to snip it out in one memento. Oh, need to make sure your feather's set on 0. Yay. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I won't try and be accurate with it. Doesn't matter anyway. You're not going to. Once I get it in, the texture will cover where we're going to go, and if it doesn't cover, I'll be using the cloning brush. So with that selected, yeah, using the polygon selection tool, click and drag, I'm going to press Ctrl X to cut that bit out. I'm going to come back into here, and on that layer 1 I'm going to Ctrl V to paste this in place. Now I can move it, and now what I want to do is I want to zoom in on this area, so I press Ctrl plus, and then I use my middle space bar to move out, and I'm going to match this up with that. So I'm going to grab this, oops, sorry, deselect, need to be down on this layer. I'm going to free transform, and I'm hopefully going to start to transform this into position. Because we mapped it, it should be pretty accurate. That's not bad. Okay, just in case, I'm going to use the clone tool here. Make sure that you've got your cap locks turned off, and to make the size of the brush bigger or smaller, you can use the bracket keys, either minus or a plus, and I'm going to do there, a little bit more. I'm now going to press the Alt key to sample this area. I'm going to come down here and I'll run the brush just round the edge, like so. I'm going to rub it into that corner, rub it there, and there. I wonder what these little noises are. They're my little sound effects. And there. And I'm just going to come in here and just get rid of this. Yep, now I'm going to duplicate this layer. So I'm going to duplicate the layer, click OK. Then I'm going to go to Edit, I'm going to go Transform, Flip horizontally. Then I'm going to move this so that we're in the same place this side. And then I'm going to press, while this is selected, above this layer, yeah, I'm going to press Ctrl E to merge it down. Now I'm going to use this tool again, I'm going to select a bit just to get rid of that, because we've hard mapped that in there, so I don't need that. What? Anyway, you get the idea. So zoom out. So that's the handle done, which looks pretty good. So how do we get this back? Well, remember, I'm going to carry on texture. I'm going to use this file to carry on texturing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save it. I'm going to call it gun TX. Yep. And I'm going to save that in my images folder within my project. Yeah. Now I'm going to turn this layer off, because if I don't, it will put all this gridding. But before I do that, I'm going to just do a new layer, which I'm going to fill with white. That's just something to base it on, because when I turn this off, I don't want it to be clear. I don't want it to have an alpha channel. I want to do it like that. So I don't leave that on, otherwise I'll get all these lines. So I turn that off. I'm just going to save this again, save into the same file, design file. Now I'm going to save as, yeah, save as, JPEG, source images, we want up one level, and I'm going to call this gun text and save it. Right, now I'm going to close this, don't want to save that. Now I'm going to put this, I'm going to create my first material, which in this case I'm going to make a blin. Yeah, and I'm going to call this handle or hashn. Yeah, and this is my blin material. You'll see it inside here. Yeah, now I've got that, I'm going to hook into the colour, that texture map that we just created. This is all pretty basic, but gun texture, and there we go. So straight away I've used the same material from that gun to put that texture on there. And it's got that shine, probably a bit too shiny. So if I come down to reflectivity and specular roll off and all those groovy things, I'm just going to turn them all down a little bit. Yeah, just so that it looks a little bit more real. Okay, and so you'll notice that if I select the whole model, come into my UV texture layout and turn the image on, you won't see anything, but the image has been applied to this part here, as you can see. Yeah, the reason it's separating is different material. Yeah, so if I went like that, it'd be this grey material. So cool. So let us proceed. On that basis, let us now create some metal material for all the gun parts. Yeah, nice metal material. All these are going to be the same. So in this case, I'm going to use a MIA material, which is rendering, bring up the hypershade. Inside here, you'll see that if you haven't got Maya turned on, you won't see them. So I need to turn Maya on, mental ray, sorry. So I come into my first time we've been into the render settings. So I want to go and pick mental ray, and it's not there. It doesn't cause a massive problem. Just come into Windows, come into Settings and Preferences, into Plugins, yeah. And down here we're looking for Matomizer. Matomizer, where is it? I've got it down here. So I'll load and I'm going to auto load it and refresh and close. Now I have the materials, and what I want to use is an MIA material X passes material. Now if you don't use the passes material, you're not going to be able to render, render out render passes of that material. It's okay with the Maya built-in shaders such as Lambert and Blinn, they will produce render passes. Just the Maya MIA materials, they work differently as an architectural material, and you need to pick the MIAX, which has appeared in here, but it's red. It's red because my render settings are not in mental ray. There we go. So straight away I go into quality. Yeah, you see, notice mental rays come up now. Yeah. In the quality, I just want to pick production. That's the only changes I'm going to make in there, and that's now not red, meaning that mental ray is enabled. So let's shift click all my parts to put into this metal color, and for the time being I'm even going to pick the screws as well, but a lot of this is going to change, but I'm just doing it just to show you. Okay, so with that selected, I'm going to right hand click assign to material. Now if I go right to the end, I can call it gun metal. Okay, and cool, I'm going to pick a preset. One's going to be a chrome, got a warning come up there for some reason. Yeah, it's gone into the chrome. Sometimes I don't like these material names. So that's chrome. That's really chrome. Let me do a quick render. Just at my render settings, 640, 640 by 480. That'll be fine for this. Let's just do a quick render of this. Now, pretty chromy. Can't really see a lot because we haven't got a lot going on. Maybe I'll flood in some direction. I've got directional light, yeah, to actually put it in position. I'm just going to go to panels, look through selected. I come around here and go, that's cool. Then I'm going to come back into perspective. I've got my light hitting it from this side. That'll do. So you can see There we go, instantly a nice metallic colour. So that's good. Right, now at this stage, do I really need all of this? I don't need the image plane anymore because I'm just going to be referring to it on my screen. So I'm going to select it and get it out, and I'm just going to clean my scene up before we do the emblem mark on here, and before we set up a simple lighting rig. We started doing that by putting this directional light in. We'll be doing more in a minute. So before I go any further, I'm going to save the scene. And something that's quite handy to know is if I take, I've selected this trigger here, but if I do the insert key and then sort of drag it kind of into the middle area, pressing the V to snap it, and then kind of press insert. Once that's in position, that's an anchor point for this. So you've got this nice barrel action happening now. Same as we did for the gun really, but it's just using a anchor point. Anyway, just to show you that. Right, so I have got that in there as well. I've got this bit in here, I don't know if you can see it, but I want to make that into that material as well. So I've just done that. Okay, and I'm probably going to want to change some of the colours in here. But let's come into my outliner and have a look what's going on. It all seems quite good. Emblem. Right, screw, don't know what this is. Right, screws. Left emblem, right emblem. Don't know if that needs to be in there or that. I've got some groups. Bullets are all good. Yeah, I think that's all good. So I'm going to select all this, delete by type history. Should allow me now to get rid of these. Just making sure that hasn't deleted them. Okay, that's good. So that's all clean. I can move my model around. That's all good. Alright, brilliant. Alright, so look at our little emblem here. I'm going to do something with this. So I'm going to open up Photoshop again and stick that little emblem thing in position. So I'm going to open up our gun template. I'm going to open up, remember I've put it in my images folder. This, I want to come back into my gun. Using the marquee tool, I'm going to shift, I'm basically drawing out, I'll show you what I do. I put that there, yeah, put that there, then I come in here, right on that corner, I click, I hold the shift key, I pull across. Of course I've got 200 set on my feather, it doesn't like that, so I'll set that to 0, and I'll do it again. And now using the arrow keys, I'm just going to move down, I'm going to cut this, come into here, turn this back on. These are my emblems. I paste that in there. I'm going to free transform this using Control Plus. I'm moving in. That's not bad. Now, of course, I'm going to duplicate. Yeah, move that across to there. That's good. Okay, now I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to merge this down, Control E, and I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to save as. We're going to go back up to our source images, turn it into that. Replace it, yes I do. Close this down, no. And now I want to reload this image into the file. Well, I'll show you first. I'm going to come in here, shift drag both of those. Inside I'm going to select this, and you'll notice nothing's happened. Well, if we look at our texture map, where are my little circles? And it's basically because it holds it in a repository, so I need to refresh that particular handle blin which is there. I need to come in here and I need to reload it, and now voila, perfect. So that is basically it. And so these ones here and here and here, I want to make them a bronze colour. So I'm going to go into my hypershade again. I'm going to create another Maya X material, which I'm going to name. I'm going to label bronze. Yeah. So go in here, assign to material. Yeah, I'm going to go bronze, and the preset I'm going to choose a copper. But this is another good thing, I'm going to put a little bit of chrome in here. I'm going to blend 50% chrome with the copper. Now I'm going to do a quick render of it, and there you have it. So let's set up a simple kind of lighting setup for this. What we'll do is we'll open up this, go to quality, and we'll create some image based lighting. Okay. Now I need to drag in an HDR map, that's a high dynamic range image for this. I have some saved on my desktop. For this one I think I'm going to pick this kind of building probe, looks something like that. So there's my HDR, I've got my bitmaps in there for preview. And I'm going to turn on final gather, features I'm going to turn on ambient occlusion, and that's it, because I'm not going into showing you render passes and any of that stuff. Turn on my global illumination, and for the render stats I don't want it to be visible, but I do want it to be visible as an environment, secondary and in reflections. And also, because I'm rendering out of my perspective camera, I think I want the camera's environment to be a white as opposed to that black that we saw before. I'm also going to output larger size here, so I'm going to put in 1000 by 1000 pixels and click here. I also want to view, can't see where it is, so I want to go to view and camera settings, resolution gate. I want to come back up to outliner, pick this one again where I've got my film back. I want this to be overscan. Actually, I probably want it to be vertical so that it fits it, so I see exactly what I'm seeing here. And I'm going to put this into a nice pose, something like that. It will kind of bring us nicely to the end of the lesson once I render this out. So Final Gather's working now to put this in, and it's finished on a low res, but you can see looks quite effective. I think this might be overkill with these lights in here, so I'll try another little render. And there you go. So as you can see, that's my alpha channel. So it hasn't done the environment in there, so that can be taken out, put onto a background or whatever, and of course you can animate it or whatever you like, and you can see the chrome effect in there and the texturing on the gun that we put in there, plus we laid the UVs out. So we covered quite a lot in this lesson, in this course, showing you on how to create a realistic gun. Play around with the texture maps. You can create black areas or painted areas over it using these different methods. But basically that's the course finished, and I hope you enjoyed it and learned how to create a realistic gun using a mental ray with final gather and HDR maps. Right, before I finish up on this lesson, I just wanted to show you the power of ZBrush. Now I use ZBrush with Maya all the time, and it's great. So if you're thinking of buying ZBrush, this is a quick sort of show you how this thing kind of works. Well, when you load ZBrush on, you'll get the goes function that allows you to take this mesh straight into ZBrush, but it will take it in the low-res version, not the smoothed out version. So bear that in mind. I always tend to set my UV maps if I'm going to be doing intensive work within ZBrush, then I don't set them until the end. If I've already done the work and I've got the UV maps in there, then I'll leave it as it is. So what you can do is you can select the mesh that you want to take across into ZBrush, and I can hit the Go button and it will take it straight into Go to ZBrush. And nothing will appear at first, but if I do this, it will appear. I need to go straight into edit mode, and the first thing I do, because my UVs are all in place, if I come down the bottom here to UVs and I morph these, you'll see that it will give me the UVs, which is a little bit corrupted, I don't know why. But the first thing I do is set a morph target like that. Okay, now the reason I do that is if I do some intensive changes in here and then go up subdivision levels, it's going to distort my model and, more importantly, distort my UVs. I don't want that to happen, so I set a morph target so I can bring it back. I can go into the geometry now and I can divide. I've got the smooth turned on, so I can divide this up, and I'll divide this up quite high because I want to apply something to it. I can change my material to something like a fast shader, and now I can go up to texture and import my gun. What's in there? There he is. And now he's in here. There he is. I can turn spotlight on and I can add him to the spotlight. And there he is. So this is really good, but we need to flip him around. So in order to do that, I need to use one of the buttons in here, which is the flip horizontal. So now he's there, I can scale him into position like so. Yeah, I can grab the middle to move it, and I want to increase my spotlight radius. This is the amount of radius. You can see that little glow tint there going on, and I want to pin him. Now I'm going to press Z on my keyboard, and you can see I've got something appearing. Now I want to turn Z off, and I just want the RGB on, and I want the intensity set to 100, and I want to make sure that I'm on a standard brush. Okay, so turn those off, make sure RGB's on, put this into so-called position, which is about there. If I want to bring ZBrush thing up again, I can. In fact, I don't want to. I don't want to pin him to the thing. I just want to turn that pin up. If you turn pin on, you can move it around. If you turn pin off, it sticks to where that place is. So now all I want to do is start to paint, and I'm painting my texture from ZBrush, from that file that you saw, straight in over the top of the model. If you miss little areas, you can move the spotlight around a little bit just to get those areas. Just come up here just to make sure. Yeah, and to quit ZBrush, I just Shift and Z, and now he's across. Now what I want to do is come down to my lowest division level, although nothing's changed, Actually, I've missed. No, I haven't missed an area. It's just showing that. Okay. Now I want to just make sure that my morph target is all stored. Which it is. And now from this I can come down to my UV texture editor, texture map, and I can create from polygon This is strange because it should be bringing back my UV. Alright, let's just create the UVs for it. So UV master, really easy, unwrap. Must be at the lowest subdivision level, yeah, you must remember that. Lowest subdivision level, now we unwrap. Okay, right, now that's done, I can take this back up to the highest subdivision level and I can do new from polypaint, and there it is, it's appeared in there. So it's already done the UV map for me. Well, this is really great because I could now gauze this back to Maya by going gauze, and it'll automatically insert that in there, and as you can see that geometry has gone back in there with all the stuff. So that's just a quick look, press 3 on the keyboard, that's a quick look at how you can use gauze and use ZBrush to create UVs quickly, as I didn't intend to do that. Should have brought the UVs across, I don't know why it didn't, but it didn't. So I just created a new set of UVs and then mapped that polypainted texture straight from the texture file straight onto it. So you can see how quick that can be. You can shoot back in and forwards, do new UV layouts, then group them all together and then get the textures and then cut, you know, just do a montage within Photoshop and place them all back together again. So it's a quick look at ZBrush there, which I said I'd do for you so that you know. Okay, and my next course I'm going to be doing actually is creating a saloon bar, where actually a model that I've done, you can't really see her in there, it's better in ZBrush, that I've actually done. I'm going to create a full set for her. I'm going to set a setup for her. I'm going to be putting the gun in position, doing belts, all sorts of things. But the course mainly will be about doing the set design, not this figure that I'm about to show you now. It's about doing the set design for her to stand into. So she's not finished yet. She's like a cartoon character, but she will be in the set and she'll have the gun applied to her and stuff. You should see I'm working on the spurs, and she's going to have chaps on and all sorts of bits and pieces. But I'm not finished with her yet. Probably fibre meshed hair. But it will be the set that I'll be working on, and I'll be showing you how to set up render passes with it, and how to light it, how to set it up, how to send those render passes out, how to put those render passes together in a program called Nuke. Similar to After Effects, just a little bit more powerful, and we'll be doing that, and that will be actually a paid for course, because I'm going to spend quite a bit of time getting it all right. And this course that you're viewing now is obviously free. I've spent a few hours doing this, so hopefully you'll get benefit from it and want to spend the money on the next course, which will be a lot more involved. Okay, cheers.